Testing, testing. Okay, very good. Let's get going. Good afternoon. Before I call the meeting to order, I want to announce that some committee members and staff and the public are attending remotely by Zoom as well as on site. All participants joining by phone, if you would please mute your phones when you're not speaking to avoid background noise, and when you are speaking, please speak directly into a microphone to ensure everyone listening is able to hear your comments and ensure a clear record. During the meeting, please make sure you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak so the public knows who's speaking, and this is also critical given the number of remote participants and is current guidance from our Kansas Attorney General. The public may submit comments by email prior to noon on the day of the meeting, and those are included in our record of the meeting. Public has an opportunity to provide brief comments in person or virtually on the day of the meeting. And again, when speaking, we ask that you provide your name and city of residence for the record and limit your comments to the topic of the item we're discussing. Disruptive comments and behavior are not permitted and may result in removal from our meeting. And with that, I will call this meeting of Economic Development and Finance Standing Committee for August 31, 2026 to order, and ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Roll call. Howard.
Present.
Burns.
Here.
Pacheco.
Here.
Stites, we have an absence memo. Davis.
Here.
Haley.
Present.
Bynum.
Here. Clerk, are there revisions tonight to our agenda?
Yes, Chair, there is a change of order. Midtown Station item 4.3 will be the first item heard. That is all the revisions.
Thank you very much. Our first order of business is approval of minutes from June 29 and August 3rd, 2026. If I could have a motion.
So move. Our second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Burns and a second from Commissioner Howard. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Howard.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Pacheco.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Haley.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
The vote is 6-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. So we changed the order and put Midtown Station first on the agenda tonight. And I'm going to turn it over to our interim county administrator, Ellen House, please.
All right, thank you, Chair. So at the August 3rd EDNF meeting, there was direction provided to work with Midtown and EIK, the developer, on the Midtown Station project to pursue a feasibility and kind of economic impact study. And there was quite a bit of discussion around that. We have been in consistent communications with them since then. Provided you all with a kind of a summary or listing of those communications. And we came to agreement as of Friday, August 28th, so last Friday, on the scope of the feasibility. There was a lot of discussion about the purpose of the study and to make sure that we had a common understanding of what the goals were and the purpose between the developer team and the UG team. And, I'll say that they're what they would like to get out of the study and what we'd like to get out of the study aren't necessarily the same thing, and that's okay. We think that the study can provide both. So it will provide more information for you all as the elected body to look at what is the kind of the economics and the development financing of the study, and for the developer also looking at the incentives and the other financial support tools that may be available in the project. The study will be conducted by PGAV, and they are under contract with us as the UG, and the developer has agreed to fund the study. This is a $40,000 study. The developer has agreed to fund that, as was discussed as well. Given the time frame and the date is pushed back a little bit, so the final draft study is projected to, or will be to us by September 30th. And the final study delivered by October the 14th. So that would push us a little out of the original kind of end of September timeline. And that would put the study onto the November 2nd EDNF meeting, which is the next one following that October 14th date. And PGAV will be available to present those findings to the standing committee if desired. So the kind of the three focus areas of the study There's the star bond analysis. So they will be looking at a review of the tourism and visitation estimates, establish whether or not the project may be potentially eligible for star bonds as requested by the developer. And, just again, a reminder that ultimately the state has to be the one that approves whether star bonds are used or not, but this will be a step towards looking at the viability of star bonds as a financing tool for the project. The next portion of the study is around the development finance review, and this will be looking at information provided by the developer regarding the impact of incentives on their proposal, looking at overall total development costs and some of the market feasibility for the number of units that they're talking about in that area. It will look at the developer's pro forma, and we'll look at other kind of extraordinary costs associated with the project. And then the third and final area is kind of the revenue analysis and looking at what is the expectation for what revenue could be generated, public revenue could be generated from this project based on the project as it's scoped. What are the taxes that it would generate, and understand the revenue stream that it could provide, both if there were incentives provided for it, as well as to provide the services and the infrastructure required for the project. So that'd be the revenue analysis portion of it. I think it's also important to say what the report will not do. It is not intended to make a recommendation on types of incentives or level of incentives that would be appropriate. And it's not going to make recommendations as to whether or not the project should proceed. It will be providing information about the project, about the financing of it, and about the financial structure and revenue around it, but it does not bind the UG, it does not bind the commission to any course of action, any level of incentives, anything like that. Those decisions remain fully within the purview of the elected officials. And we've had extensive discussions with the Midtown team, with Jonathan Arnold and Eric Murray about this, and so that we're all in a common understanding that the study is an important piece of information for the governing body to have when they're looking at this, but it is not a binding document in any way. So that's kind of where we are on it. And again, having the conversations extensively over the last month, 2 months really, with the developer on the feasibility and the project and what the study will and will not do. So again, we're all in a common understanding of what we're trying to do here, what information it will provide to the commission, and again, we'll probably be back we will be back at the November 2nd EDNF with the final report presented by the PGAV consultants. Happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you, Alan. So just to recap, the agreement that was made with the developer and the unified government was to conduct the analysis with PGAV. And last month at Economic Development and Finance Standing Committee, the vote was taken to move it to this meeting. I wasn't present at the meeting, but I watched the meeting, and it's my understanding that everybody was clear that legal counsel had shared with us that all we can do until the study is ready is just move it ahead meeting by meeting, if that's an accurate way to describe. In other words, at this meeting, we can't take action to do anything in November, but we can take action to move this item to the next Economic Development and Finance Standing Committee, which is my desire here of the committee tonight. That being said, I see Eric Murray and I also see Todd LaSalle. So Mr. Murray, I didn't know if you wanted to make any comments at the podium, especially clarifying that what I'm understanding is what you understand as well.
Yes, good evening, commissioners, and thank you, Commissioner Bynum. Thank you, Interim Administrator Howes, for that overview. The Eastside team, the Arnold Development Group team, has met our commitment. We are ready, willing, and able to move forward with this study. We appreciate PGAV and their flexibility to work with the parties to arrive at a study that meets the goals of the county administrator's office and of the developer. We appreciate that they are going to come back here and present that to you all. So you don't have to hear it from me. You'll get that neutral third-party voice. I do believe the only thing I would maybe ask is that because we are going to make a $40,000 investment, to bring us back next month when there's no update, you are able, as I understand it, to suspend the rules and go ahead and just put this on the November 2nd agenda. That would be my only request. But again, I appreciate all your consideration. I appreciate Administrator Howe's, the mayor's office, and others that have really leaned in to make sure that we get this right for the community. So thank you. And I'm happy to answer any questions, but I'll yield my time.
Okay, thanks very much. Counselor Green, I see you're here. Why don't you step to the podium and tell us if we can suspend the rules and move the item to November 2nd? That would be ideal.
Thank you, Wendy Green, Deputy Chief Counsel. Yes, even the standing committees, that is a rule under, for our commission meetings, but that is also a rule for the standing committee meetings, that anybody at the standing committee meetings could suspend the rules, specifically the rule dealing with the 4-week rule, which says that you could only set a matter out for 4 weeks. So if you wish to suspend that rule, someone could make a motion to suspend the rules. That would need to, the 4-week rule in essence. And that would need to be seconded and voted on. And then you would make the second motion to set it over. So 2 motions would be required.
Okay, thanks. That was my next question. So to do that, we would have a motion to suspend the rules and then as another motion to set it to November 2nd.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Mr. Howes, anything else on the item? Commissioner Pacheco.
Thank you, Chair Pacheco, District 5. Just want to clarify that we would still expect like a draft by September 30th and a final by October 14th. We're internally going to be tracking that. Is that correct?
We'll be tracking that, and we'll be reviewing the draft and providing comments back. Draft.
Okay. And I appreciate the timeline. I think it's very helpful. So if we have that tracking as well, I think that'd be very helpful. Unless there's any other questions, I'd motion to suspend the rules. And what was our second motion that we had to put forward?
Our second.
We can do a second motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Pacheco and a second by Commissioner Howard to suspend the rules. Does that motion need to say any further language, council?
To move into November 4th or 2nd.
That'll be a second motion.
Wendy Green, Deputy Chief Counsel. Yeah, the motion should state what rule you're suspending.
The 4-week rule?
Correct. The time frame that requires it to only be set over for 4 weeks. So, and it's Rule 308 is the motion to suspend the rules that allows a standing committee to do it. So you could say you're invoking Rule 308 to suspend the 4-week requirement.
Motion to invoke Rule 308 to suspend the 4-week requirement.
And Commissioner Howard?
Our second.
Okay, thank you very much. Stay put. All right, we have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Howard,
Aye.
Burns,
No.
Checo.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Haley.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
The vote is 5-1. The motion carries.
Thank you. Is there a second motion, Commissioner Pacheco?
Yes. And clarity on what was the second motion that we had?
To set the item for the November 2nd Economic Development and Finance Committee.
And I would motion to, go ahead.
Could we at the very least, and so sorry, could we at the very least have staff just give us an update at that committee meeting? We don't need to have a formal anything, but can we at least be updated on the status of where the study is in our next meeting?
Certainly.
Yes.
So we'll make a note that we want an item for September 30th, I believe, for an update on the status of the analysis. Okay,
Say on September 30th, we won't really have any, the PGAV will be in the middle of doing.
Got it.
So we won't have an update other than it's happening on September 30th.
Yeah, even, and it doesn't have to be, I said an update. It can be just a written memo. It doesn't even have to be.
Got it.
Issue, but just something for us to know that this is going along. That's all I asked for.
Okay, that's great. All right, thank you. And,
I'll motion then to move the item to November 2nd.
okay, is there a second to the motion? to
Howard
place-
second.
Thank you very much. Does everybody understand the motion? All right, thank you very much. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Howard,
Aye.
Burns,
No.
Pacheco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Haley,
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
The vote is 5-1. The motion carries.
Thank you very much, Mr. Murray. Thank you. We'll see you very soon. Sooner than we think. Time's flying by. The next item is the resolution. Making sure I'm in order now, sorry. It's the Fifth Amendment to the Kaw River Bridge Cooperative and Development Agreement. And I'll turn it over to Jeff Conway with our legal department.
Madam Chair, Jeff Conway, legal, and I would just simply turn it over to interim County Administrator Howes and Todd LaSalla, outside counsel with Stinson.
So we're coming before you with this item. This is related to the Rock Island Bridge. It has been open now since April. So it is kind of getting its legs under it. We're still working on getting the western approach opened up. The Corps had some additional work they needed to finish there. Work has been underway on the UG side to create the access ramp and the access point so we can fully open that bridge to traffic from east and west. And so this is a slight amendment to the agreement that kind of relates to the timing of funds. And I will turn it over to Mr. LaSalla.
Sure. Todd LaSalla from Stinson. And I have one slide, a PowerPoint slide that will illustrate where we are now in terms of the order of priority for reimbursements out of the CID. You all will recall there is a CID and a TIF on the bridge, primarily to reimburse us for our $2 million investment that went in up front. And there's been some evolution of the priority of payment out of the CID portion of this. You may recall that at the very beginning, it was our $2 million first. At some point, the developer came in and agreed to do some bridge strengthening, pay for some bridge strengthening costs, like $350,000. And you voted through some amendments at some point to allow the developer to receive that reimbursement first before we could start collecting the $2 million out of CID to pay ourselves back for our $2 million. And then after that, the UG had to come in, pay for some scaffolding, pay for some sealant. We had some things that we paid for. We leapfrogged ahead of the developer. And so as you look at this slide, you can see the current arrangement about order of priority of reimbursements from CID. It originally goes to us for the first $146,000 for those scaffolding and sealant payments that I was talking about. Then it goes $350,000 to the developer for the bridge strengthening costs, and then our $2 million. And at the end, if there is time left on the 22-year CID, the developer can receive reimbursements for their project costs after we get our $2 million back plus interest. That's the current arrangement. The Fifth Amendment that is before you, it really does one thing, and that is modify the order of priority of reimbursements from the CID. And so in the new proposal, the developer would get $100,000 for a portion of its bridge strengthening costs first. Second, the UG would agree to defer the industrial revenue bond fee. There is an IRB closing that is likely to happen sometime next month, in mid to late September. And instead of paying that IRB fee at the closing, we would defer that and we would receive that from CID proceeds. That would happen second. After that, the developer would get $74,000, almost $75,000 of bridge strengthening costs. And then the UG would collect its $146,000 of scaffolding and sealant costs on that line item, after which the developer would receive the balance of their bridge strengthening costs. And then at that point, as the sixth line item, we would start getting our $2 million plus interest, and then the developer gets whatever is left at the end of the CID. So that is the new order of priority. There is some complexity to that, so I thought the easiest way to illustrate that was to just put it up on the screen, show you where we are today and what the order of priority would look like if we vote for this Fifth Amendment.
Question, Todd. Even at the seventh item,
Yeah,
Flying Trust gets the balance of
That's
the
right.
CID. It's still only for allowable costs.
that's right. CID eligible
development.
costs. That's
Okay,
correct.
thank you. I just felt like that should be clarified. We're
Totally
not
right.
giving them money.
Totally right.
Okay,
And the $2 million that we invested also had to be for eligible costs.
right, right. Thank you very much. I just think it's important that we're clear about the ways that incentives are utilized. Okay,
Absolutely.
questions from the commission? I'll go ahead and open public comment, and I'll stop right here for Mr. Murray and Eastside Innovation on the Midtown Station project. The reason I didn't do public comment on that item was because, as hoped, we voted to move that item in its entirety to a different meeting, the November meeting, where I do fully anticipate allowing for public comment, and I just want to be clear about that. And that's why that didn't happen on that item. We are in a holding pattern while we work on that project analysis. And so in November, on November 2nd, when we bring that item forward, we'll have a full discussion, including hearing from the public. Meanwhile, no comments or questions from commissioners on this item. Commissioner Davis.
Just want to get some clarity. That IRB fee, is that the same administrative fee where half goes to the general fund, the other half goes to community benefit fund?
Yes.
Okay, so it's that same one.
Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that. And so just for the public and everybody watching, this is a reordering of who is getting what. It is not there's not there's not a decrease, particularly of dollars to the public, to the unified government, correct?
That's right. And actually, Commissioner, to that very good point, the only thing that's new here, right? Everything else is just reordering and splitting some things. But the only thing that is new here is the deferral of the IRB fee. Like that is the only new item there that is inserted into the order of priority that wasn't there before.
Gotcha. And deferred until when? I just want to make sure I get that on record.
Until there is $58,000 of CID money to pay us that.
Gotcha. So as the CID is growing and being used for allowable expenses, once we reach that, then that fee will be paid.
That's exactly right. Once Flying Trust gets $100,000, the next dollars after that go to our IRB fee. And as soon as we've received 58,000, then you move on to the next item. But it's all really out of a pay-as-you-go CID fund as and when that money is collected from sales taxes incurred on the bridge and collected through the CID. As and when it's available, it's going to flow through these traps or buckets, if you will, and until they're full.
Gotcha. I know that they currently got their TCO in June, correct?
I think that's right.
Just pretty recent.
Yeah, they got the new rule in the renewal of the TCO. They won't get their CO until the west entrance is open. So they will stay in that kind of pattern until that is fully open.
Okay. Do we have a timeline on when the western portion will be complete?
I don't have one. I think they were looking at this fall. I want to say October, maybe early November, for getting that work all done and getting that opened up.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I would like at the very least, if we are, because we are looking at quite a bit of amendments, some date or something that we can shoot for when that portion and that entryway will be done, just because I know we are also kind of delaying some dollars that would be coming into our coffers. And again, those dollars have to be generated by the developer. It's not tax dollars. It's not dollars that is coming from the general fund. But I would like to see something that would hold them to, if we're going to give up this, then you're going to promise us something in return.
Yeah.
That would be my
I think it's totally fair. We're happy to talk to them and get a date and have some more precision about when they think they'll be there. In the meantime, though, Commissioner, we're collecting CID money now, right? They're open now, they're charging the CID add-on tax now, and it is not getting in the way of collection.
And I'll just add to, so the timing of that is really the core and the UG. So the Flying Trust doesn't have any control over when that western access point opens up. That is entirely within, say this side of the house, if you will, between the work that the Corps was doing on the wall and the levee wall, and then the work that the UG was doing to create the entrance ramp and stairs and all that infrastructure to connect up the west side. So the developer is really looking and waiting for us to open that up, so that's kind of where we stand with that.
Thank you.
Senator Haley?
Thank you, and I appreciate this update. I was just kind of curious where, from your projections originally, how has the traffic been? How has it been? I know the western side isn't open yet, but you looked at your timetable earlier when this was put down, and I'm just saying, how has the population been, or has the stream as projected, the revenue kind of met those, exceeded them? I know we're going into probably what would be considered a slower season as it cools off. So you've taken all that into account when all this was put in place. I'm just wondering if you're meeting those expectations, exceeding or not.
So I haven't had a chance to talk to Mr. Zeller, the developer, and I think they're very much sort of in startup mode now. And I think some of the things they've learned is that the weather obviously has an effect. So when it's very hot out, it actually, not as many people come out when it's 100 degrees out. So I actually think they're heading into their busy season. The shoulder seasons will be their busiest seasons, and they're now in the process of booking weddings and stuff. So I think the World Cup was like it was for a lot of businesses, high expectations, moderate delivery in terms of how many people were coming through. So I think they've had good months, and I think the heat kind of slowed that down, and I think they're expecting good months. I'll just say anecdotally that my wife and friends were going to go there Friday night, and it was so busy that they couldn't actually get there to the bridge. So there are nights when it's just been packed. So I think we'll see kind of in the numbers and in the wash, but I think they're feeling pretty good about where they're at.
Good, I hope so. I've had the same problem going by there, and it's kind of busy, and parking being the issue and finding where parking was. And anxiously looking forward to when our side opens up, the western side opens, so we could, not that it may make it any better, but at least we'll access from the Kansas side. So anyway, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Knieven.
Shelley Knieven, CFO. I was just going to share that sales taxes are actually delayed by a month to 2 months from when they're actually paid and collected, when they get dispersed. So we won't really, if they opened in June, then it's going to be August, when at the end of this month that we'll have kind of a first month look. So there's a delay in that. So we should have better analysis come this fall on how they did this summer. But I also will share, we'll be able to tell you very general information, but we can't disclose specific sales tax collections based on state law. So we'll simply be able to say it's looking like it's on track, or had a good summer, or a little behind, but we'll be sure to give you an update.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions or comments?
Madam
Mr.
Chair,
Conway.
sorry. I wanted to follow up on that as far as projecting ahead for a few months. I have asked Flying Truss about if there's a period, late fall or winter, if the weather gets nice, could they open up for a while? And they said, no, the problem is it costs a lot of money to winterize, and they'll shut down regardless of whether there's a nice spell during the winter. They'll just have to shut down and open up again when it's scheduled in the spring.
Thank you. Clerk, did we receive any comments from the public on the item?
There were no comments received.
Are there any hands raised online that want to speak to the item?
There is a hand raised. Olivia D. Moore. Please unmute.
Go ahead, please. Olivia, if you'll state your name and city of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Olivia Moore, Kansas City, Kansas. I was really raising my hand because it's difficult to hear some of you all, and I would request that you bring your microphone close as you can so that we can hear.
Thank you very much. And I would say that if I had to guess, I would ask Alan Howes and Senator Haley to bring their microphones closer. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Anyone else with their hand raised?
That is all the hands.
Okay. Anyone present in person that would like to speak to the item, please, you'll come to the microphone and you'll have 3 minutes. I see none. Close the public hearing and ask for a motion. Commissioner Davis.
Just one request, and it doesn't have to be anytime soon, Chair, but maybe it would be great for us after this season has completed to have folks from the Rock Island Bridge come and just give us an update. We know that it's not been a full summer, and so obviously don't want to hold any of that against them, but we are publicly invested. We own the bridge. It would just be good for us to know how it's doing and ways that we can strengthen that development, considering the investment that the unified government has made and that they have made in folks in philanthropy. So
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. Is there a motion to approve the resolution?
Dave is so moved.
Checo, second.
All right. We have a motion by Commissioner Davis with a second by Commissioner Pacheco. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Howard,
Aye.
Burns,
Aye.
Pacheco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Haley,
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
The vote is 6-0. The motion carries.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. LaSala. Our next item is our second quarter investment report for 2026. And I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Shelley Knieven and staff to bring the report.
Shelley Knieven, CFO. I'll ask Michelle Wooten, our Deputy Treasurer, to give us an overview of our quarterly report.
Good afternoon, Michelle Wooten, Deputy Treasurer Cash Manager. Here's my chair.
And after you, there we go. And then pull your microphone
Here
closer.
we go. Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
So I do have a presentation. Get that ready. So I am here today to present our quarterly investment report. This is for our second quarter 2026, which covered the period of April 1 to June 30th of 2026. So a few key metrics we like to point out is that the average yield was 2.68%. We were down days to maturity 96 days. The days to maturity is 96 days, down from 130 days in quarter one. Quarter one, we did have some investments that matured. So it shortened in our period of maturity that we have in our investments right now, brings those days down a little bit. But you'll see during quarter three, we did go out for investments, so we'll go over those in quarter three's report. But for quarter two, we did not have any that would have raised our days to maturity. Our cash was at 73% and invested is at 27%. For quarter two, our interest earned was 3.5 million. I'd like to point out that last year during 2025 in quarter two, we had earned 1.5 million. So this year, we're doing really well with our investments and getting the interest that is coming in on that and taking advantage of the rates that we're getting right now. Of the 406 million total, 35 million or 9% is in CDs and is fully collateralized per our investment policy and state statute, and 74 million or 18% is in U.S. agency securities. And like I said, previously stated, we did not have any maturities or go out for any purchases during quarter two. A lot of our activity happened during quarter three, so there's not anything to report for quarter two. Any questions?
Questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none. We'll go to public comment. Are there any, do we receive any public comment on the item, clerk?
There were no comments received.
Are there any hands raised with questions or comments?
There are no hands raised.
Thank you. And anyone here in person that would like to speak to this item? I don't see anyone stepping forward. It is an information-only item and no vote is required. So with no further desire for comments or questions, we will accept your item. Thank you very much. And we will move to the last item on economic development and finance, and that is a presentation of an overview of our economic development incentives here at the unified government. Again, I'm going to turn it to Dr. Shelley Knieven, our Chief Financial Officer, and she'll handle the presentation from here on. Thank you very much. Dr. Knieven, never mind, we'll just make our way through it. I'm sure as we go through each of the incentive categories, we probably will have a question here and there, so we'll just ask them as we step through the slides. Thanks.
That sounds good. Okay. So Shelley Knieven, Chief Financial Officer, and Debbie Johnsher, Deputy CFO, is with me as well. So we wanted to give you a presentation tonight. This is a story that frankly we haven't told before. And we weren't really tracking our incentives in this way. And so going forward, we're going to keep this information up to date because it really does go to answer a lot of questions that I'm sure you all get as commissioners, but that the public have in regard to some of the incentives that we do. If we can please pull up the presentation. There we go. Thank you. Okay. All right. So in terms of what I'm going to cover tonight, I'm going to talk about our four main types of economic development incentives. There are some other ones that we have as well, but I'm going to talk about our STAR bonds that we have. And of course, there's lots of discussion that we've had regarding STAR bonds, tax increment financing, industrial revenue bonds, and then these kind of specialty items that are transportation development district, a community improvement district, and the Neighborhood Revitalization Act. And so I'm going to talk about those four, and I'm going to spend a little bit of time explaining what they are and how much public dollars have gone in and what those incentives have generated. So, and to start with, we're going to talk about the STAR Bonds program. So as you all know, this is authorized by the state of Kansas. It's authorized by KSA 12-17. It was initiated in 1993, and we had the first STAR Bonds district. We have the most STAR Bonds districts throughout the state of Kansas. And it is a financing tool that allows Kansas cities to issue bonds to finance development, and it has to be of a certain kind. It's got to be for commercial, entertainment, and tourism projects. So it's intended to be for those types of projects that are going to draw in from outside of the community, from the state, from the Midwest, and beyond. A key is that it has to be approved by the state of Kansas first before it can actually proceed. So the state is the entity that makes the determination if a Star Bonds project is even eligible, although there's a lot of collaboration that goes into that as we go through an analysis to look and see whether or not it might be possible before anything is submitted to the state for formal consideration. So what are bonds? Bonds are a public financing tool. It's very much like a loan that funds improvements in infrastructure. It does have to be for eligible project costs. And those project costs actually get independently certified by a third-party consultant that works for the UG. So when we go through and we're approving the costs that are paid for with the incentive or the Star Bond proceeds, we actually certify that those costs were spent and they are eligible to be reimbursed or funded from the bond. And it funds a portion of the development cost, but it does not fund the entire development cost. The balance is funded by private financing. So the bonds are paid off, and this is critical for Star Bonds. The bonds are paid off by the new sales tax that is generated from the attraction and surrounding development. That is called the tax increment. And so that's an important thing, two things there. First is that it's sales tax focused. It doesn't include the other kinds of taxes. It doesn't include property taxes. It doesn't include specialty taxes such as our EMS or a dedicated sales tax. It does include the general sales tax, of which 76% is the state sales tax. So the state is the primary funder of a Star Bond. Another important thing is that it does not obligate the unified government or the taxpayers to repay the bonds. The risk is taken by the bond holders, the people that buy the bonds. That's who has the bonds. That is primarily true with one exception, which was the Speedway bonds that were done, the very first ones that were done, which did have a general appropriation clause in the bond documents. We've talked about this through the budget process. And what that said is, should the revenues not be sufficient to pay the bonds, the UG would step in. But that has not occurred. The revenues have been sufficient to repay the bonds. There is adequate funds there, and no general revenue has been required to repay those bonds. And none of the other Star Bonds that are in place have that backing of a general appropriation. That's something that was done for the very first one and then wasn't done for the future Star Bonds. Also, just to emphasize, it doesn't include property tax abatement unless there's special enabling legislation. Again, NASCAR was the exception. So NASCAR did not pay property taxes, but all the other Star Bonds out there have paid property taxes, and we'll get into those numbers and what that means. And so it's very dependent upon what the enabling legislation was. NASCAR had a certain law specific to them outside of the general Star Bonds law, similar, frankly, to the Chiefs Stadium, which has specific enabling legislation and is structured a little different. So in terms of Star Bonds, so it captures the sales tax increment, like I said, for the pledged sales taxes. The base, this is an important concept to understand when you think about how a Star Bond works. The 12 months preceding the issuance of the bonds, the state goes and looks at what was the sales tax generated in that area the previous 12 months prior to the development occurring. They do that because the intention is that they want to ensure that you're held whole, that you don't reduce existing sales taxes going to jurisdictions, but instead it's only the new increment that gets captured. And so they set the base for the year prior to the district commencing, or it gets reset, and I'll talk about how that works here in a couple of minutes as well. On the increment captured, I need to correct that. I apologize. My fingers added a 2 in the wrong spot. The state sales tax is 6.5%, not 6.25. And we'll make sure that the clerk has a corrected version to put up for the public. The other increment that is captured, if it is pledged by the local municipality, is the Kansas City general sales tax of 1%. And then the county sales tax portion and the portion of the county sales tax that goes to the city of Kansas City, which is about 93% of the total. So as you all might recall through our budget discussions, the county sales tax is distributed to the cities based on a formula based on state law. And so there's a portion that goes to Bonner and Edwardsville and Lake Provera that are not captured by the STAR bonds, unless they chose to pledge it for some reason, and they're not pledged in any of our STAR bonds. The local sales tax that's not captured is our transient guest tax. That's 10% as of April 1st. Our EMS tax, which that's where the 2 was supposed to go, that is 0.25%. So that's the second correction. My apologies for that. And the dedicated sales tax, which is 3/8 of a cent. Those are taxes that are paid, sales taxes, but are not captured to repay the STAR bonds. They come to the jurisdiction and are used for the purposes that they were put in place for. The state does have the option to pledge additional state revenues to help shore up a project that's outside of the local's jurisdiction, but they do have that ability. And as we know with the chiefs, that's part of the funding strategy that they have, is some other state revenues that would help repay those bonds. So in terms of what we have right now, there are 3 STAR bonds active districts. They are all out in the west side, typically referred to as the Legends or Legends West. And you can see that you have the pink, which is Kansas Speedway. You have the light yellow, which is the Northwest Speedway. We would refer to it as American Royal. And then you have the third one, which is a variety of different project areas that are included, but primarily you may think of that as the home field areas. So originally it started as Schlitterbahn. We'll talk about that here in a moment, but you've got 3 STAR bonds active districts. And I know you all are familiar with this, but we feel like it's important to refresh how all of this started. Not everything on these slides are going to be in STAR bond districts, but just how it all started. And we recognize there may be people in our community that have not actually been to Legends West and may not understand the order of magnitude. So how it all started was the sports and tourism. I referred to the NASCAR track, but you have Sporting KC, you have originally the T-Bones, then the Monarchs, you have home field development, which has both indoor and outdoor facilities. You have U.S. Soccer, also known as Compass Minerals. So it really started with kind of the sports and tourism theme that was happening out in the west side. And when I say on that, west and east, that's at 435, to be clear, but it's all in the Legends area. It also has commercial and lodging, as you're familiar. It had Village West, which was basically the outlet center, commercial center, all of the restaurants that are in that area, Nebraska Furniture Mart, Great Wolf Lodge, Outdoor World with Bass Pro. So a variety of commercial and lodging of big scale that are located in the area. It has Class A office. We have on the east side of 435, we've got the Dairy Farmers of America. And on the west side, we have the buildings that were occupied by Cerner. And now we have an insurance company occupying part of it, and they're working on renting out the rest of it. And then we have entertainment and more tourism. So things like the American Royal, things like Margaritaville, Atlas 9, and so many others. So quite a few different things that have occurred out in that area, but all of these are of major scale, making this area the largest tourism destination in the entire state of Kansas. And it's going to continue. So this is, as you know, Buc-ee's, for example, is continuing in this area. An important point to note about Buc-ee's is not in a STAR bonds district. It's simply because of all of the development, the good infrastructure that supports this area, and the draw of tourism in this area that led them to this site. There is a different economic incentive as a TIF we'll talk about, but it's not in a STAR bonds district. So it's generated additional development out in this area outside of the district, which generates revenue for the UG and other taxing districts. And then there's a discussion of the chiefs and what that surrounding development might look like, which has been told to be about $3 billion minimum investment for the stadium, and another $1.2 billion of that would be in private investment, and then an additional $1 billion of additional development, commercial development in the area, of which 325 million at minimum would be in Wyandotte County. Those are some of the terms of the state's agreement. And so that's something that might be coming in the future based on the plans as they stand right now. So when we think about all of this, how does this affect the taxpayer? That's a primary concern. How is this affecting me? So the public financing is repaid again through the new growth of those businesses that get located in the Star Bonds district. It is financing that or revenues that we were not getting before the development occurred. And it's a portion of those new revenues that then go to help repay the Star Bonds, but not all of them, as I was talking about before. If I'm a consumer and I choose to go shopping in this area, I'm going to pay the same sales tax rate as I would pay anywhere else for the Star Bonds. It's all about how those dollars are then redirected or captured for the Star Bonds. If they are directed to be pledged for the Star Bonds, that's not affecting me as a citizen. So I'm still paying the 6.5% sales tax for the state, the 1% for the city, et cetera. The developer is responsible for the private financing. They do that through loans, private bonds, and other capital. And we do verify that that financing is in place. We do independently verify that those funds are in place before we ever issue a bond to make sure that what's called a capital stack is, and the project is viable. It also does not affect the property taxes that are paid by the residents, which has been a common discussion point, I know, of the community. It does not affect their property taxes in terms of the rates or the mill levy or their assessed value. In terms of there's development, commercial development that's going on out at the Legends. So like I said, we've got these 3 districts that we are currently in place, and we have 6 active bonds. So a district may have a sub-district, and then that is where we issue incrementally bonds for that area rather than necessarily doing all the bonds all at once. So what we call Kansas Speedway was actually called Prairie Delaware. There was 1 active bond, and then it was refinanced in 2014. An important point about that is that that does get fully repaid in 2027, this next year, and then that'll terminate. And then all of the sales taxes generated from that development will then go to the taxing districts as if the bond the bond won't exist anymore. Northwest Speedway, that's American Royal, west side of 435. There's 1 bond to date, which actually we just approved this last year. And that terminates in 2046. It was not for the total that's authorized. And that's another important point. It was only approved for the amount that we had an independent assessment that demonstrated that the repayment sources would be adequate to repay these bonds. So the total development agreement authorized up to 155 million. We only did 123 million based on our independent study, based on those revenue forecasts to be conservative and to protect ultimately the bond buyers, because again, we don't have public responsibility to repay those bonds. Then there's Vacation Village, which had 4 bonds. Schlitter bond was 1, and I know there's been conversation about those bonds. Those bonds did not default. They're still being repaid. How a bond works is it takes all of the businesses in a project area, and those businesses help to repay that bond through restructuring after the tragedy at Schlitter Bond. But primarily the repayment source is the auto mall of the various auto dealerships out there, which generate pretty substantial sales tax dollars. And so those bonds are being repaid and are on track to be paid as expected and terminate in 2035. U.S. Soccer terminates in 2034. And Homefield has two bonds that were 22 and 25. And you can see the different, the businesses that are captured. So I know it gets confusing because it's one district, different sub-areas, and then within a sub-area, there can be multiple businesses. But that's just a little bit of a high-level overview of the active bonds. But here's the part that's the story that we haven't told. And this is the part that's primarily the important message from these slides. So when we look at those four star bond districts, we currently are paying from the local revenue sources that are pledged $5.2 million a year towards all of those different bonds that are outstanding. That's what we're repaying. Now I'm going to go through what revenue is the UG, City of Kansas City, Kansas, or the county government getting, or the other taxing districts getting related to these projects. So for Kansas Speedway, right now, we're not getting any additional local revenue. And as I said, that will end in 2027. And our negotiating strategy evolved over the years. And so for Vacation Village, which is these are in a little different order. Sorry for that. So Vacation Village is the home field type development. You can see there that for two of the project areas, we issued 72.9 million in bonds, of which locally we are paying 1.7, but we are getting 2.6 million in taxes. And those taxes are anything above the base. Remember I talked about we calculate the base, the state does what was being captured before the Star Bond District was built, any revenues that were being paid. It's the TGT, the tourism guest tax. It is the EMS tax, the dedicated sales tax, and probably most importantly, it's the property taxes, that all of these are paying property taxes. So I think that's an important point. So you can see on project area number, the second one there under Vacation Village, kind of considered Homefield, Schlitterbahn area. So we had 145 million in total approved bonds, of which locally we are paying 1.8 million. And locally we are getting 2.7 million annually. Those are annual revenues that are going to the UG and to all of the taxing districts. The project area 4, which is US Soccer, we're paying 1.4 million. This is incredibly important. We're getting 29 million. And we can talk about the specifics of where these numbers come from. And then Northwest Speedway, which we think of as more the American Royal, that actually hasn't, we haven't had a payment yet on the bond, but it is gaining us 10.6 million, almost 10.7 in revenue because of what was there before the development actually occurred, that base, as well as property taxes and those other sales taxes. So with that, it's $45.3 million annually that we get from just these four areas. That's within the Star Bonds districts. And we're spending locally 5.2 million. Of that amount, the UG is getting 32.4 million. And the other taxing districts, primarily the schools, are getting the difference. Again, this is a story, we just hadn't tracked data in this way, and it's a story that we really we owe to the citizens to show that there truly is a return on investment in terms of the local dollars going into some of these developments and the local revenue that's being generated to support those developments as well as the community at large. So we took it a little step further, and when you add together that 5 million roughly that's going to pay the bonds and the 45 million that's coming to all the taxing district, that means in those districts, about 50.6 million is being generated. As I said, 5.2 goes to pay the bonds, 45 million comes to all the taxing districts, of which 32 million comes to the UG between the City of Kansas City, Kansas, and the county, and then almost 13 million is going to the other taxing districts. So what that tells you is that for every $1, it has generated $7.75 in tax revenue, which is a 775% return on investment. This is a story that we haven't told, that these star bonds have been incredibly successful and a huge benefit to our community financially, to generate tax revenue to help support all the services that are needed to serve the entire community. Another point I wanted to make was just that there's key bondholders. Who are the people that buy these star bonds that are willing to take the risk? Is very important for the UG because what it tells you is when they're big, reputable bond buyers, that means they have confidence in your local economy in this development area. They have confidence in it. They're willing to take the risk because there's no guarantee of repayment. It's purely off of all these projections. And there are people or institutions like Citibank, John Hancock, the Municipal Intermediate Fund, Noveen, Columbia. These are all very major investment funds that have chosen to buy our star bonds, demonstrating they have confidence in this area to be successful and to generate based on the projected revenues to repay the bonds, but not just repay the bonds, also generate additional revenue back to the community. So another thing that we hadn't ever really tracked was looking at, okay, what other development has occurred in the area? And it's not in the Star Bonds District. Did the Star Bonds District help generate additional investment in the area? And the answer is yes. Down at the bottom, you can see some of the existing examples, but out west, what you might think of out in the Legends area, things like the Cerner buildings are not in the Star Bonds District. They're paying 100% property tax. The Target, JCPenney's, Aldi's, Village West Discount Liquors, Chateau Avalon, Hollywood Casino, Urban Outfitters, and in the future when Becky's opens, those are not captured by Star Bonds. Those are all independent developments of Star Bonds that have just decided to locate it in the area because of what's been happening in that area. So I took a look at the specific businesses and pulled the data of how much is being generated in property taxes from these, as well as some other, there's a whole list of developments in that area. And it's generating about 6.5 million in property taxes that they are paying that are going to all the taxing districts, of which about 2.8 million goes to the UG city and the county. City sales tax, 2.6 million. County sales tax, 374,000. EMS tax, 381. Dedicated sales tax, 572. So that means another on top of the 45 million that's going out to the taxing districts for within the Star Bonds District. Another 10.4 million is being generated and going for development that is right around what's in the Star Bonds Districts, of which 6.76 million is coming to the unified government. So when you add that all together, that's $55.8 million, of which 32.2 million is coming to the city and 6.9 million is coming to the county. And the other taxing districts are getting almost 17 million, $16.6 million. So again, that just shows you what has occurred. And again, I want to remind you, only 5 million, I say only, 5 million is a lot of money. $5 million worth of local revenues are going to repay these bonds. That's how much is going to repay the bonds, and it's generating all of this in terms of funding and revenue for the taxing districts to serve our community. We've also, I wanted to just highlight for a second, it gets complex and glad to talk with you offline, but we've also had star bonds that have paid off. That's something we don't talk about very often. I should have clarified on this title, but for the Village West area, which is commonly thought of as the outlet mall, all the restaurants around there, we've had a number of bonds, 4 of them that have been paid off in 2016. And when that happens, because there's some overlaps of areas, project areas, when that happens, the state resets a base. And so not included in my numbers I just went over with you was a reset in the base from 2016 to the $9.3 million. So additional money is coming in because it's no longer new increment because those bonds paid off. They reset the base and they say, okay, we're going to recast the new, what's considered new increment to go to repay a different series of bonds. And those monies go to the taxing districts. Of that amount, you can see what the city gets in terms of the county share of the sales tax and the city share and what the county general fund portion is. So you can see that it's additional money there as well. And then there was a lot of discussion last year when Plaza at the Speedway, which was a little more complicated because sometimes economic development tools overlap that are different types. So Plaza at the Speedway, which is where Walmart and Sam's Club, those types of things are, that was originally a tax increment financing district, and it had an overlay of a star bond. So first order was the TIF. The TIF then retired, paid off early. And so the reset of the base is what generated a couple of things. It gave us some one-time funding, which we've talked about, which is how we were able to repay Parallel and State Avenue. So that was a benefit to the local community of $8.3 million. And then there was a new base that was set that said, okay, the new base is going to generate additional money to the city and the county for your general funds that aren't captured by the new increment. The new increment will be related for American Royal. And the amounts that came to the cities and are included in our revenue forecast for budget 27 was almost 2.9 to the city general fund and 267 the county's portion of the county sales tax. So that is the increment also coming to, in addition to the other dollars I've talked about. So you have the revenues that come from, that aren't captured within the star bonds districts. You have the adjacent development that's occurred in that area because of the synergy of what's happening out there. And then you also have these resets that happen when bonds repay, they get paid off, and how that generates money that is no longer being diverted to repay a bond, but now is being sent over to the general funds for general services. So when you add this all up, sort of what does this mean? The total net benefit and return on investment is 68.1 million. And again, that is annually to all taxing districts. Of that, almost 52 million goes to the UG. And we also had that 8.3 million one-time funds. The rest of it, I didn't include it on there, but the rest of it goes to the other taxing districts. So people have asked, okay, if we're getting so much money from these star bond developments, where's the money going? And it's not a one-for-one type of a scenario. These are dollars that go into our city general fund, our county general fund. And so where does that go? You all know, you're going through the budget process now, but it's paying for police and fire and public works and infrastructure and parks and courts and transits, buildings, internal services. So that's what it's going to pay for. And then on the county side, it's paying for those state mandated services. It goes for the sheriff, the jail, the district attorney, the court, register of deeds, appraiser, treasurer, the election board, health department. That's where it's going. It is included in those revenue forecasts, and then those are the departments that are funded by those funds. So that's where the money's going and being spent. So, but for all of these developments that occurred out there, we wouldn't have those revenues to help support those two funds in particular, as well as our EMS fund, which funds the fire department, ambulance services, the dedicated sales tax, which goes to fund parks and infrastructure. And then the other taxing districts also get a benefit, including the library, the community college, the school districts, and the state of Kansas, which they're receiving benefits that I haven't put up on here in terms of their calculated benefits, because remember, they're getting in the star bond districts the 6.5% of the sales tax that's generated that was within the base, for example, as well as other revenues that might be generated from this area that go to the state, such as income taxes. So that's where the money goes, and that's how much money has been collected. So I think that tells a more complete story of what has happened in terms of star bonds and the benefit of a tool like this. So I'm going to shift gears and I'm going to talk a lot more quickly about the other couple of tools I wanted to highlight, though, because they're very important. because there is certainly a perception that economic incentives are only being used for out west, for Legends area. And that's frankly not true. And so what we did is we mapped out where these tools are occurring. So different tools are really designed for different things. So star bonds, like I said, that's for tourism. That's for a certain type of big scale development. That's what they're intended. That's what they're only eligible to be used for. Industrial revenue bonds are used for industrial and manufacturing uses, commercial and office development. It can be for a nonprofit or an institutional project, and it can be used for some types of multifamily housing, not all types though. And what the state law provides is that you can do property tax abatement up to 10 years and/or a sales tax exemption on construction. It is up to the local jurisdiction if you do both or if you do just one. And then you may negotiate what's called a payment in lieu of taxes. And that's a payment by the company that is paying if they've got tax abatement on their property taxes, we may have them on a schedule and in fact do on most of them where they are still paying something, so they're not getting a full tax abatement. They are still paying a pilot in terms of funding the services needed. So the map shows you a kind of a highlight, and you can see that it's primarily along the I-70 corridor of where that's occurring, which makes a lot of sense when you think about industrial and manufacturing uses being the primary purpose of that tool that's authorized under state statute. So we have 49 active IRBs in Wyandotte County. Another important point is that there is no financial backing by the UG. The company buys the bonds. We have no risk related to this. This is truly just a financing tool, but we are not liable for any bonds. They're not, when we talk about our debt strategy and bonds we're repaying, that does not include industrial revenue bonds. It does not include star bonds, doesn't include any of these types of bonds. We have 2 IRBs that had sales tax exemptions only. We have 47 that had tax abatement. And with that, we have gotten about $2 billion worth of investment that is certified, documented, invested into our community. So these companies, yes, received an incentive, and in return for that, they made an investment in the community. All of those 47 getting tax abatements are paying a payment in lieu of tax. That's a local policy that we have, and those pilots are distributed to all the taxing districts proportionately. And the total negotiated pilot is 54.6 million. That is how much is in total negotiated. We track by year how many are retiring, because remember, it's a 10-year process. They have 10 years tax abatement, so 10 years payment in lieu of taxes. And so we track that because those are property taxes that will then be coming to all the taxing districts when that 10-year period ends. So we build that into our revenue projections as economic incentives expire. We then are capturing that information and in the last few years, based on a resolution passed by the mayor and commission, report to you exactly what has retired and what those revenues are. So 4.6 million in 25, 5.2 million in 26. There's a whole schedule. It may be provided in the exhibits. If not, I can provide it to you. Some examples of some IRBs, because people might not know, like tell me where these are. There's EcoVist. That's actually been a really interesting partnership where they have had a series of industrial revenue bonds. And as they repay or as their expiration comes due on one area, they have another area and they do another major investment of millions of dollars to expand their plant here in Wyandotte County. And so it has really generated growth of a local company through the use of this tool and paying a pilot. At this point, there's only one building, as I recall, that has existing abatement left on it. So it's been highly successful. Turner Logistics Park, that's another one that you may be familiar with. That's right by the community college. You can see it right off of Turner Diagonal. And you can think about all the businesses that are there that are providing jobs for a variety of people. Marvin Windows is another one, and Urban Outfitters. And just from those four, I did do some research, and about 2,900 jobs were created just from those four businesses. And remember, we have 47 total. So just those four were generating jobs. So this tool is a little different. It's not about the sales tax because we're talking about manufacturing and industrial, but it's about the job creation and the opportunity creation for the community, but for the metro. In the past, we had not required they report to us on their job creation, and that is something we're looking at including in our policy so that we get more current data to know how many jobs were created as a result of this. What we do know is how much they invested in our community, and that was that $2 billion number that I shared with you. We know they've invested those dollars. We know they've created jobs, but we're going to do better in getting what those estimated job creations are. And I know there's probably an interest to know, okay, and how many of them are going to Wyandotte County residents? So we need to get better at our reporting requirements from these companies. Tax increment financing is another tool authorized by the state under KSA 12-1770. We have 8 active TIFs. We have 4 that are inactive. And what you can see from the map is that this has been a tool that's primarily been used on the east side of our community. The purpose of TIF in the state statutes, because it's restricted, what can you use TIF for, is generally for blight removal, preventing blight, and it's for commercial or mixed-use development. And it can only be used, the proceeds on that can be used for eligible project costs and infrastructure. Just like the STAR bonds, the base, whatever was being collected before the development went in, continues to go to the taxing districts. Only the increment is captured to then go to support the development based on the locally approved development agreement that the mayor and commission approve. You can do bonds or pay as you go. 3 of ours have bonds, but the UG has no financial responsibility for those bonds. There's no UG backing. It's only up to the bond buyers to do their due diligence to ensure that those bonds are going to properly pay, and we've had none of those have not performed. They're all performing as intended or as expected. Some examples of TIF, you just talked about one of them tonight with the Rock Island Bridge. There was a TIF that was put in place with regard to that. Apartments down in the West Bottoms. The downtown grocery store had a TIF that was part of the financing mechanism used to build the work that is now going to be United Grocers. So it's, if I said that right, I think that's what, okay. So those are just some examples. In your packet, there's a list of all the TIFs that are available, but it gives you a little bit of the diversity of types of projects that have been funded in regard to TIFs. Total transportation, not total, oops. I always want to say total. The transportation development districts are another tool that is authorized by state law for local jurisdictions to use. This is under KSA 12-17. It allows you to have an additional sales tax that's levied on the businesses within that area. So it doesn't affect any of the taxes that are the general taxes, the EMS, the dedicated, it doesn't affect any of that. This is for an additional tax that the businesses have agreed that they're going to levy on themselves to fund eligible expenses, again, that are approved in a development agreement by the mayor and commission. It can go up to 2%. It doesn't have to, and generally it doesn't. You can see that where we've done that has been out in the Legends area, but also in the Fairfax area. An important thing about the TDDs is that you can only use those dollars for transportation-related improvements. So it can't be used for just anything. It has to be very specifically targeted to transportation infrastructure. We have 6 of those, and 3 of those have bonds, and then which have multiple series, and some have actually been repaid in full. But generally, there's no UG backing with any of those. There's one exception, which was a very early on one when all of these tools weren't really tried and tested yet, and certainly not something that we do any longer. And we generally try to do pay-as-you-go, similar to what you talked about with the Rock Island Bridge, where, or Flying Truss, it's pay-as-you-go. So as the revenues come in, that's when distributions are made, but we don't have bonds that are outstanding on that development. And then there's community improvement districts. That's under KSA 12-6A26, again, up to 22 years. I probably didn't say this, and I should. On the previous one, on the transportation development districts, all of the property owners have to agree to tax themselves. It requires 100% approval of those businesses have to agree that they're going to self-impose that tax. For the community improvement district, 55% of the property owners have to approve. So it's a little more than a simple majority that's required. It can also go up to 2%. And you can see that we've used these throughout the entire community. This has been on the west side. It's been in the Midtown area. It's Fairfax, downtown, down in the KU area, frankly, throughout all parts of our community where you have commercial development. And we have 17 of those that are currently in place. Edwardsville has 3 and Bonner has 1. Again, these can be bonds or pay-as-you-go. We only have 3 that have bonds. And again, there's no UG backing with those in terms of a liability to the UG in repaying the bonds. So the final thing that I'll talk about is the Neighborhood Revitalization Rebate Program. And this is approved through a state statute, Neighborhood Reinvestment Act. And you all as a commission recently updated that policy as to the areas that you prioritize. And you can see this is a tool that primarily has helped the east side of our community in Midtown and parts of Bonner Springs, where it is for residential or commercial properties that had decided to invest and improve their property. And it gives them a portion of that incremental increase in value to be rebated to the property owner. So they pay it, they have to pay it, but then if they're eligible, and we certify the costs, we make sure that the improvements really did occur. And then they get a rebate back, and we factor that into our revenue estimates every year. So we have 325 parcels that have this program in place. And we're not talking about, insignificant amounts of money, even though it's residential and a few commercial properties. It was 4.6 million rebated for 2025. And again, it's to encourage people to improve their properties and then give them time to gradually increase their taxes that they will have to pay because the increased value to their property. The range of the tax rebates that we give are anywhere from $303 up to $293,000. That's for a commercial property that's qualified. The most of them are in the 4,000 range because a great majority of these are residential. There's a listing in your packet as well as to where those properties are, or if it's not in your packet, I can give that to you as well. But you can see that's been a really effective tool to encourage people to reinvest in their communities. So like we do with the other economic development projects, we look at what is going to be expiring from the rebate program and how much the increment is going to be generated that no longer will be rebated back. And that's just a listing of how that looks in total. So for 2025, it was about 607,000, of which 267,000 went to the UG and the rest went to other taxing districts. So you can kind of see how we track that. And again, those are included in your revenue projections because we track those as they come off that we know are going to be generating revenue because of the increased value because of the investment by the property owner. So that is a high-level summary. I know it's a lot of information, but it's frankly a story we just haven't told in terms of what the tools are, where we are using them, what are the revenues that are being generated, that those businesses are paying in terms of taxes generated to the UG as well as to other taxing districts. But we are also looking at our incentive policies and looking at ways that we can improve them. I mentioned one improvement with our industrial revenue bonds to get better reporting compliance from those companies to know what the job creation numbers are so that we can track that and report out on that so that you can see, is there some kind of a return on that investment that you have made with that development. And we will certainly be bringing those forward in the fall and beyond for your all's consideration and discussion. And so with that, oh, I'm going the wrong way. I think that's the conclusion of my presentation. I know there's exhibits in here that give you some detailed reports. We did not include this, but if you are so inclined to want to see more details on the STAR bonds and how much is coming from each one of those areas and what businesses are in which area, and what kinds of taxes are being generated, we have that breakdown if you're interested in seeing that. You've seen the combined totals on this presentation, but you might be interested in some of the details to better educate yourself about that. But with that, I'm glad to answer questions.
Thank you so much. Just a huge thank you to you and your staff. I know it was no small thing to pull all of that data together. Dr. Knieven knows that this is a presentation I've been asking for pretty much since the beginning of the year. And I think it's very important that we show each kind of incentive, what it does, and if it's generating a return for the community. We just had many, many things get in the way of being able to bring this presentation. So I'm really glad that we've finally been able to share it. It's a lot of information, but it's really important. So I can't thank you enough. Do we have any questions or comments from our committee members on the item? Dr. Pacheco?
Thank you, Chair. Pacheco, District 5. Shelley, thank you so much for the presentation. I think it's, you always say we need to tell our story, and I appreciate you telling the story in a very fact-based manner. You know, I'm just going to make a comment, and then if you feel like there's any need to kind of back me up with the facts as you see them. You know, I think a lot of times in our community and what we hear today and what we've heard throughout the entire, I guess, Star Bonds experiment here in Wyandotte County from the early 2000s and onward is, you know, well, why didn't it help with my property taxes? And I always make the argument that it did. And the hard truth is that almost never were we going to see a sharp decline in property taxes because, again, the cost of providing services goes up forever. But we can see very clearly that without this revenue, the pressure on our property taxes would have been much higher. Would you say that that's a fair assessment?
Yes, I would, Dr. Pacheco.
So what I'd like the public to understand is that without this revenue generated, new sales tax generated, and that's another thing that I hear often when we talk about Star Bonds in our community is, or any Star Bond project, whether it be a potential Chiefs Stadium or anything that we've done so far is, oh, well, you're giving away our sales tax. And my argument always is, well, which one? Because if not for that development, there would be no new sales tax generated. You know, that we might be getting some agricultural taxes perhaps on some of the land that we've done some of these projects on, but we would definitely not be getting the type of revenue that we're getting currently. So the way I kind of look at it, and I'll just kind of explain it for the public, the way I look at it is you get, and I wrote down some of the numbers, you know, we look at like a 700% return on investment. Like if you gave me that, you know, on $1, I'd take it, you know, I'd take my, whatever that would be, you know, $700, right? So our Star Bond revenue, we're having about a 700% return on it. And then the way I look at it is over time, the one mechanism that we as a commission board can do to limit the rise, to limit the burn of property taxes as best we can is to decrease the mill levy. And we have. since 2000, my just historical look at it is we've gone from about 77 mills to about 70, right? And so we have decreased the mill levy over the years, over the last 2.5 decades. We actually have decreased the mill levy. What has gone up in that time? Our home valuations and the cost of providing services. So Dr. Knieven did a great job of kind of showing where does the money go. The money goes out and pays for the things that we need to provide. But that's just, unfortunately, just kind of where the rubber meets the road, that, yeah, that all goes out and pays for stuff that we need to do, basic services primarily, not a whole lot of extra fluff. And if not for that part of it going towards those, our property taxes would be the ones that would have to make up the difference. That is the win for Wyandotte County that we have never told. And we need to set the expectation as a community that none of these were necessarily ever intended. You know, you get a lot of folks in the community who say, well, they always said that it was going to decrease property taxes. And maybe, I was a kid at the time when we were doing the initial deal, so I wasn't paying that much attention to what leaders were saying about them. But I think at the time, it probably would have been disingenuous to say that, oh, what this is a direct decrease in our property taxes. What probably was being meant to say is that it's going to put a lot less pressure on our property taxes as Wyandotte County homeowners and taxpayers, because with this new revenue that would not have been there otherwise, we'd have so much more pressure on our personal pocketbooks to pay for all the things that we absolutely need. So I think it's good that you told the story. I agree with Commissioner Bynum that this is something that just absolutely has to be told. And my final point that I'll make is, once again, we talk about the risk. So we always talk about like the full faith and credit, it's not upon the UG and things like that. So what I would say is that if this thing just doesn't perform, I mean, we may have some ugly parking lot there or something like that. I'm not saying, like that could happen, right? But the financial risk just isn't there. That's the responsibility of the bond payers. The final point I will make is that those bond payers are institutions that have been around for a very long time who don't take many financial risks that they don't think are going to make money. And as we have seen, the story that we just heard is that all of these have made money. They continue to make money. Even one that was involved in a tragedy like Schlitterbahn, even the surrounding area, just the car dealerships alone are keeping it on time. So we have to be very strategic and smart about what we do. But at the end of the day, this is a simple math problem. And the more we tell it plainly for people to understand, and set expectations, I think will serve us better as a community instead of treating these things as like a demon that has never done anything for Wyandotte County. If you look at the math, anybody who's listening, that is just simply not true. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Senator Haley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm grateful for the review. It's extremely informative for the various areas that we have. Thank you, really, Dr. Knieven, for going through those and for helping it to be better understood. And I certainly do appreciate, too, the comments for our consideration of specifically star bonds of the three that you've outlined that Commissioner Pacheco just spoke to. I guess one of my concerns, or one of the areas, the elephant in the room, if you will, not taking anything from where we have been, but past successes not necessarily being indicative of future successes, somewhere thereabout. There's a cliche in there. There are some concerns with the issuance of the star bond, and specifically the district or the broad area that has been outlined. I do appreciate the assertion that you brought for the 700% return that we've seen that was amplified by Commissioner Pacheco. We are still concerned about the area or the scope. And so I guess my question, getting to where we are, is as we still look at the scope of the area for a star bond, knowing that there are different entities, primarily the state, and very little from the local to determine what that boundary or those boundaries might be. Though again, looking at wherever that the areas have been, you've shown that there's been significant return on investment. is there some way to have a projection brought from within as to, I'll just say right now, there's the micro area, that would be the acreage, that would be the Chiefs Stadium specifically, and the other that's being proposed and may be pushed through from those at the state that have that. There's the macro that would expand the Starbond District through much of our entire county, except those areas that you've already outlined that have those. And I'll be perfectly honest, I'm concerned about the latter, the macro, and concerned about the residual, whether it brings the mill levy down, which we optimistically believe it would, especially if your projections of what we've seen and what we show are in place or not. Still having that sort of influence, if you will, of our entire community, our entire county, notwithstanding that which already has star bonds, is of concern to me. My question, I guess you said finally, has there been some indication, or have you done some analyses looking at the star bond and the matrix and looking at the residual benefits? Not residual, not when you're 700%, but the benefits as to the macro versus the micro acquisition, if you will, for the Chiefs Stadium, the Sports Authority, and the entities that will make that decision.
Let me see if I can restate what I think I heard you say,
Thank you, please.
which is you speaking to the analysis of essentially the opportunity cost around star bonds, the state star bond district, should it expand beyond its, kind of the original size of it? Is that, am I capturing your question?
So at some point in time, and thank you, Interim County Administrator Howes, for helping to try and get a succinct statement out of this somewhere. There are two entities, the micro and the macro, that are on the table for the Chiefs Stadium. At some point in time, there is probably balance struck for a return on investment, residual benefits like maybe lowering our mill levy, or certainly addressing some of the other concerns that many people have, many of our constituents have, like, well, maybe property taxes. We look at the pilot on there. Let me just throw this out. There's some concern recently that the stadium may opt out of our BPU, that they may have an option for some other energy provider. And that certainly is a concern of many of us. So getting back to the question, looking at the micro or the macro, is there some point, is there a sweet spot that may have been analyzed as to what would be of purported maximum benefit for us before I weigh in? Because mine is just a gut reaction to be opposed to the macro. It may be from the analyses of those who do this all the time. But this is the largest stadium deal in the country, and there's imbalance, many feel, in that has been struck. And past performance notwithstanding, where your projections have come into the benefit of our quaffers and ensuring that we have those, there is some hesitancy and some concern that this may be a larger, even with the protection of star bonds, larger, especially with the macro, than we're prepared to bite off.
I'll ask Todd LaSala to answer too. I think just for the public too, it's important to differentiate that what you heard Dr. Knieven talk about in terms of star bonds is how star bond projects have been traditionally approached, which is the local government as the lead partner and the state as the kind of accompanying partner, where there's a project, they go to the state together and say, this is, we think the star bond project, the state gives the blessing, and that's how the project moves forward. The Chief Stadium is its own, as Dr. Knieven said, kind of its own entity, its own animal, if you will, where that is inverted, and the state is the primary driver on this, and the local government has an area that's the commission has adopted for a local star bond district, but that is independent of the state star bond district, and that's not something that the the commission has control over the state area. I don't know.
Yeah, Alan, I think that's really well said. Um, and we really can't overemphasize the point that the ordinance that the commission approved in February pledged the local revenue for a very relatively small area compared to the county, right? It's 265 acres, 270 acres, something like that. And the local pledge, the city sales taxes, the county sales taxes, the transient guest taxes up to 8% are only ever, the only thing that is being considered at all for the local revenue is that 270 some acres, right? So if the state, if the Secretary of Commerce decides to draw a star bond district larger than that, the issue there is not about the local revenue at all. It's about the state revenue and the state sales tax. And that's the pledge that's at issue about a larger star bond district. And we have an ordinance, and we have to talk about that further. We don't yet know how all that's going to play out, but it's important to remember that as you do the cost benefit analysis, as you think in your head about how much revenue the UG is putting in, it's only about the stadium site and the ancillary development, or the ancillary development around the stadium. That's where our local pledge is. That's the only place our local pledge will ever be. So that point needs to be emphasized, underscored. Alan said it well, but I wanted to really hit that hard. The other thing I would tell you, and I'm sorry, I didn't know this question would come up tonight and bring any of this with me, but in February, we did the best we could with a cost benefit analysis. We had a very short time to do it in, but if you go back and look at the data we presented that night, it was our attempt at figuring out, all right, what is the local pledge worth annually? How much revenue are we putting in? And what are the costs to the community around that? Public safety, infrastructure, so on and so forth. And so we worked really hard to try and present some numbers that were based on projection. We had an outside consultant help us do that. And in February, we really did present as much detail as we could based on the estimates. And again, it's a wild guess, but in February, we really did try to do some cost benefit analysis. And we should, for those who are curious about that, that is still the best information that we have about what the projections will be, what the costs will be, and the return on investment analysis. That's the best we have so far. Now, there's still feasibility analysis being done about that. There will be a much deeper dive, much better numbers available than what we did then. But what is available publicly right now, that data from February is still the best thing that is publicly known about the way we viewed the project and our cost benefit analysis. Hope that helps.
It does. It clears it up. Thank you.
And what I would add to that, Shelley Knieven, CFO, is that the lesson learned from this presentation, although this is a different structure, the bonds will not be issued locally, they'll be issued by the state. There's a lot of differences, but the story to be told is that we need to collect the data. Not just the projections at the beginning as the decisions are being made, but we need to watch and see how things progress. And that's what this report's doing, is telling you what really happened in terms of these star bonds that occurred, the way they were structured. There are differences with the Chief Stadium, but whatever those end up ultimately being, we have an obligation to track what those dollars are that come locally versus are going locally to pay star bonds or other financing mechanisms. And that's what we're trying to do, is demonstrate our commitment to tracking that and to testing that data. You did mention it, the BPU pilots are not included in my analysis. All of the pilots that these companies are paying, they're paying water, sewer, electric bills, they're paying for the services, they pay the commercial rates. And they're paying a pilot on all of those. Those are additional revenues that are helping to support the UG that I didn't even report on. So your point about the chiefs is a very valid one and one that needs to be worked out in the details. But the lesson learned, if you will, is that we need to be telling this story in an ongoing basis to test, were the assumptions accurate and what really happened? And so that's what we're trying to do tonight, is to share with you what's really happening with not just our bonds, but all of the main economic development tools that we use to show how and where they're being used and how they are benefiting the community. And what that looks like. Is it investment, dollars invested? Is it jobs created? Is it tax revenue through property taxes, sales taxes? Is it pilot payments? We need to be collecting and reporting on that data on an annual basis. And the chiefs will be no different in that regard from a local perspective. And the state should do the same for the state perspective.
Well, I appreciate that, and it certainly is a much robust optimism from many quarters, but there's a healthy degree of pessimism about what's on the table. I feel, as someone who tries to bridge the gap between our government and our constituency, hearing mostly from our constituency about it, I do appreciate the representation and hope that we'll continue to make available the projections and some of the all-encompassing revenue streams that could be beneficial or would be beneficial should the team ultimately settle here. And I
Thank you.
each of you for that. And
Thank you,
for
Senator.
indulgence.
Appreciate it. Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had some questions. So first off, great presentation. This was even more elaborate than what we got on threes. And so I think just for the public and folks watching, definitely, since I've been elected in my 5 years here, we never got something that comprehensive and that in depth, that is both very rich, very comprehensive, but also simple enough where you're getting all the details. So kudos to staff and our finance department and economic development, everybody that put that together. Thank you. On the request for jobs for folks that have received incentives, are we also asking about benefits, health insurance, retirement, things of that nature?
Shelley Knieven, CFO. We certainly can. That'll be one of the policies that we'll bring back to you, and it'll be the discussion and direction from you all as to what data would be most helpful, not just number of jobs, but how much do they pay?
Yes.
What kind of jobs are they? Where are the people from that are getting hired? There's a whole variety of things that you might be interested in, and we'll ask for that data on an annual basis once we've got it in our policy. We won't be able to go backwards in time, but going forward, it's certainly something that we would want to do.
Yeah, yeah.
Could I just jump in
Please,
there?
yeah.
I'm not going to put words in Greg Kendall's mouth, but I think they track that now.
To the best of their ability, they do. And if we have an incentive involved, then we'll have a little more compliance in terms of required to report.
Thank you.
Yeah, as opposed
That can also be, I think sometimes it's stated in the development agreement also on some of the projects, if it's bringing a certain salary with the jobs that are coming. A lot of times that's stated.
Awesome, awesome. Yeah. And even if we were to get like zip code breakdown of just kind of different regions of our community, just to see what the access looks like. So I'm glad that we are contemplating that. I'm glad that I think that should be codified, that should be in policy. And I do see Mr. Kendall there. So obviously you all are working together with Wyandotte to get the information would be great. So I look forward to that. I do have a more philosophical question about kind of our economic development process. When I was, in school and we kind of learned about incentives, all these things, my introduction to it was really about the but-for policy, right? Which was this idea that you need the incentives, and if not for those particular incentives, the project does not happen. I think where we have, and you tell me if this is accurate or not, or folks think this way, I think where we have shifted is more from a competition or a competitive side, which is if we want the businesses to be here And knowing that we are competing with everybody else in the metro, then we have to kind of play ball to make that happen. And I think there are arguments for or against. I think there are questions, particularly for out west, is how much more do we have to incentivize, which I do think that is, we are due for a policy discussion there, right? But I'm curious either with interim county administrator or with Dr. Knieven, if you all have thoughts on the driving forces for incentivizing in 2026? Very loaded question.
I might actually
Sure.
ask.
Or, yeah,
ask
there you
council
go.
to come back up.
Why not?
Might have a more
Sure, more
global view that to share. Maybe I don't put them on the spot here again.
I'm so glad I stayed. Yeah, Commissioner, it's such a great question. And I have 25 years of history doing this here, right? And so, I mean, and actually, tonight's been really fun for me because that presentation is amazing, right? To see what the benefit of that is. I was there at the beginning of all those. And Dr. Pacheco, it made me feel very old when you talked about being a kid when all of that was going on. But having said that, in those days, we were so desperate to make something happen there, right? And the commission at the time unanimously voted for all of those projects, unanimously voted to, invest $28 million to buy that 400 acres next to the Speedway, hoping something good would happen without knowing what the uses would be. I mean, the guts of that, in retrospect, I am still in awe of that mayor, those commissioners, that county administrator for putting their necks on the line and deciding, hey, if we're going to get the Speedway, that 400 acres next door could be really special. Are we going to go? And they did geobond that. They did put the full faith and credit of the UG behind those bonds, hoping that something good would happen, and it did. But our mentality was then, and to some extent still is, you're competing with a metro area. We have to work harder than some communities do to attract things to this community. Your question about how much do we still have to have that mentality out west, that's a really fair policy question. But philosophically, in strategic areas where we have wanted to attract development, we have been aggressive. Greg Kendall can tell you, we have been aggressive. There are times that we have to be more creative than other communities about the way we're deploying incentives and the way we're packaging things together to make things happen. It is gratifying when you see the results of those pay off, when the bonds pay off, when the result is economic development activity that would not otherwise be there. But in Kansas, you don't have a but-for test. That is really a Missouri sensibility. It's in the Missouri statutes. Our approach to economic development is that we tend to evaluate, well, what is the overall project cost? What are you proposing to us? How much are you, is the project worth, right? How much capital investment will you make? And what percentage of that should the community invest in versus what's the private investment? And over the years, there have been some that very much wanted to be, hey, let's do this 50-50. And we have tried not to do that, right? It is only projects that have been deemed special, things that you really want, where we have approached that. We are trying to do projects where less than a third of the project costs are public incentives. However they're packaged together, we are trying to keep it under that. And frankly, there's more art than science in the negotiation about where we start, how much we try to put in. I would tell you there is probably some but-for sensibility in the way that we do that. Like we are starting small and kind of working our way up so that we can get to yes in those negotiations for projects that we want. And there have been times where you can debate about whether it's too much or too little, but honestly, the approach is, what is the project that's on the table? Where is it located? What do we think the value is to the community? And then your economic development team really sits down and sweats bullets over the numbers. And how much are we putting in? How much are they putting in? And what do we think the ancillary benefits to the community are? If it's a sales tax vehicle, well, what does, if it's greenfield today and it's not delivering any property tax benefit to the community, what are the property tax values? Or vice versa. If it's a TIF and it's property tax that's in play, well, what other benefits are there to the community in terms of jobs and so forth? So it's a pretty dynamic equation, to be honest with you. But I would tell you, because the statutes don't require it, we have not grounded it in but for specifically.
Sure. My last kind of one question, and then just two thoughts. So one thought, I know that we talked about the TIFs that work, but we do have some examples of TIFs that have not, right? And so I don't want folks to look at that presentation and be like, we're not telling the whole story. I think the story is that overwhelmingly, the projects that we have incentivized have come back and have been successful, and they have birthed other businesses and other economic growth that we have not had to incentivize at all, just because folks have wanted to kind of be in the mix there. The other thing I wanted to bring up was that, particularly with the Neighborhood Reinvestment Act, a lot of those investments are on the east side of town on purpose, right? And so we'll often hear folks say, hey, well, all of the incentives go out west. We don't see anything happening on the east side. The NRA is one of, and probably the main incentive that happens on the east side. And so it's great to see more and more folks taking advantage of that, considering we just renewed the NRA. And thank you to all the taxing jurisdictions that participated. My last question, there is a slide, I think it's 92 out of 95, not that there are 95 slides, but on the entire agenda. And it talks about IRBs not issued to date. And some of these are projects that I am familiar with. Actually, many of these are projects that I'm familiar with that were probably voted on. So I'm curious, from our staff's perspective, do we follow up with those folks and see what's going on? Is there any check-in or anything like that? I imagine for some of them, we are now dealing with expired development agreements. I don't know that to be true for all of them, but I imagine. But I'm just curious if there's a check-in process of, hey, the commission granted you this IRB 2 years ago and we've heard nothing. What's going on?
Thank you, Commissioner. Shelley Knieven, CFO. So we do have a few that the construction hasn't started. And so it's a good suggestion. I'm sure that Wyandotte and our Economic Development Department do have conversations with these folks to get an update from them, and we could certainly bring that back to let you know what the latest is, but only a very few. I'm looking here. We've got just 2, 3.
Maybe
We have
10.
3 IRBs that aren't under construction.
Oh, that are not under construction. I
Correct.
was looking at what's not issued to date.
Right. So just as a reminder, the IRBs, you issue those once construction is completed because you want to certify the cost. So the development agreement at the front end will give you an up to amount based on what the commission has approved. Then we go through, they go and they actually build the project, and then we certify the costs that show that the investment occurred. Then we issue the industrial revenue bonds. So there's a few of those that are not constructed yet. There's a number of them that are constructed, and those will be ones that are coming forward to do the bond issuance during the construction. If they had approval for a sales tax exemption, the state gives us the authority to give them that exemption because it's been authorized through the commission through the development agreement. So they get that during the construction, but then for that tax abatement side of it, that happens at the conclusion of the construction. And that's when the Community Benefits Fund is also, the application fee is paid.
Awesome. Thank you.
Commissioner, part of what's going on there is you could issue bonds early during construction or on the front end. Developers don't want to do that because they maximize the value of the vehicle if they wait until the thing is fully complete, assessed, and on the rolls at full value. You maximize your 10 years of IRB abatement or whatever the deal is. Most of them want to issue at the end. So I've done it before in the middle or at the beginning, but it's rare because the value really is to wait until it's complete.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
I might just
Sure.
add one more point. Commissioner, your first question was kind of the philosophical one about levels. And I think the commission just had a version of that conversation around the NRA renewal when you went through that, and seeing that there was in fact areas where there'd been significant development and other areas where you said, maybe they don't need that level, and kind of redrew sort of the map and the levels in response to kind of changing conditions on the ground. So, I mean, I think it's a really appropriate question to ask, not only for the NRA, but for these other incentive tools that are available.
And I'll just add to that, we've had times when, not per our policy, we just had statements made in general about whether this area needs an incentive. And I know for myself, I kept returning back to, if we don't like our policy, we should change it. And I think that that's what's being proposed here tonight. Policy changes, recommendations are going to come forward to this committee so that we can have a robust conversation about what economic development policy works well where. And that'll be a conversation that we all need to have together in this committee meeting. And then we'll send forward whatever recommendations we make to the full commission. But I kind of made myself tired saying that over and over again. If we don't like our policies, we just need to change them to policies that we do like. But so again, other comments, questions from this committee, Dr. Pacheco?
Thank you, Chair. Pacheco, District 5. Alan, Mr. House, if you could help me understand, when we talk about infrastructure, repairs, how do we go about it as unified government deciding kind of what project is at the top of the list this year, next year, in general?
Are you asking about infrastructure?
Infrastructure, even parks, capital improvement, things like that. I guess what I'm trying to ask is, do we usually, and this is based off of discussions we've had in the past, it's usually based off of priorities, right? Places that need more infrastructure help or emergent infrastructure help or urgent are the ones that are going to probably get it today versus maybe next year, sort of. a thing.
Yeah, and so our public works and parks departments have asset inventories. And so I'll use public works as an example. They've got their PCI index. They've done analysis of the street conditions on the roadways and have mapped out essentially what needs to be done where. And then their annual funding plan, as I think they were talking about during the budget process, concentrates work in specific areas. So that's sort of a piece of it. And then there's another piece, which, to be honest, has been reactive, which is something breaks and we go and we need to fix it. And so we do. So that's another piece. And then in areas where we've got dedicated long-term funding, and I'll just use the combined sewer as an example, we have a destination that we need to reach, and we have a stream of funding to get us there, and that allows the department to plan appropriately on the steps needed to get there on that work. And it becomes a lot less reactive and a lot more kind of proactive And, that's a better posture to be in across kind of all of our asset categories. But that does really require having that stable, predictable funding stream available for that planning and execution.
And we try to plan it, and it's a county-wide plan. Would you agree? I mean, when we plan these things out and we try to be proactive, it's not like we're trying to target just one part of the county. We
That's
have a county-wide plan for these sorts of things.
correct, yes.
Yeah. So the point I'm trying to make is that another, recurring theme that we hear often is that, well, the incentives are out in the West. Well, I mean, that's kind of the fuel for the rest of the county, right? So the rest of the county also does benefit from development that's occurring in the West. So I don't mean that to make it like a east of Wyandotte County, west of Wyandotte County versus each other. It's that we need to look at it as a whole. And if something works from an incentive standpoint on the east part of the county, it benefits our west side. And if something works really well on the west side, it will benefit our east side and Midtown and all the others, because what we said is, where does the money go? It goes towards infrastructure, parks, and all the other from our general into the general fund. And then it funnels through the plan that we make up as a unified government that our department heads come up with and say, hey, this is where the most need is at, or this is going to for sure have to be done this year. We did Turkey Creek this year because we had more flooding, so we had to do extra on it, right? All those things. This money hits different parts of the county at different times based on a plan. And so I think often what's lost in this conversation is that, well, it's only helping that part of the county where those things are at. And I also think that that's something that is ingenuine for people to say. It's not. It's also trickling, and not just trickling, but actually really serving other parts of the county in a financial way to make sure that those parts of the county that sometimes need most of the infrastructure help are getting it. Because oftentimes in our east side, the older part of the county, there is more infrastructure need. Sometimes we're working on like pipes and streets that are, over 100 years old. That's just the fact of it. And so often the repair, that's a little bit at the top of the list, and that's very common. We hear that from Public Works and environmental services all the time. So what I want us to get towards is us thinking about being one community that benefits from these things, instead of saying, well, is it only going to benefit that side versus this side? We have to get away from that sort of thinking, because when you look at the numbers and you look at probably if you could go retroactively and see where did all the specific money funnel through, it'd be hard to do. But I would venture to say that it got spread out throughout the county very evenly over the last 2.5 decades. So I was just trying to help set the picture of, we have a plan, we have a countywide plan. We have a very, in my opinion, just based on my short time here, a very equitable plan to try to serve as many areas and people of the county that we possibly can with the money that we've got. And if not for some of this extra revenue that we've gotten, perhaps other parts of our county would not be as well served as they have been without it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Howard.
Howard, District 1. I want to appreciate you all for this tax incentive presentation that you put up. Prior to that, and I want to give Todd his flowers because we were just having a conversation about this. He did something real special for me. When I first came in, it was like drinking water from a fire hose, trying to figure out what those tax incentives are, right? Not necessarily understand how everyone works, but understand what they are. Because coming in, what I heard was a lot of small developers, if you will, wanting to do these major projects that we often see happen out west, not because the West has more than the East, if that's a thing, but what I found along the way was, what was the common denominator, right? What was the reason why development was happening in the West versus it not happening in the East? And I took a step back. I said, how are they able to incentivize? What are they doing to be able to incentivize? I did my homework. I proceeded to sit down with Todd, but Todd sent me something through email that was very special, which is why I'm glad you all presented this tonight, because what I said to myself was, if within that tax incentive breakdown that you gave me, helping me understand how not I can use it, but developers can use it that are not just big developers, small developers as well. So what I hear a lot is not that the West is doing more, it's how do we do some of the same things that are being done in the West on the East side? That is the answer. That is the question that I am trying to answer. And so I understand we have the Auto Mall. I understand we have KC Sporting. I understand we have American Royal. And I understand there's a lot of star bond projects that are worthy and that have been proven for sure. But I also think about the East Side community that bring projects to me every single day that are star bond worthy. I'll mention a few of them. We have Miss Olivia Moore with Bell Crossing Farms. We have Miss Amy Strothers with Phoenix Hill and Barry Anderson. We also have Miss Karen Daniels and Sherry Kay with QPAD, who have all talked about these type of projects. So to my colleague, what I'd ask you to do is reach out to them and listen to their projects to understand if they're star bond worthy or not. Because we do have those, but we're just not listening because I've sat down with all of them and they all have, not just by my standard, by the tax incentive standards. But the question is, are we listening? Because it's great that these star bond projects in the West are benefiting the East as well. I agree. But at the end of the day, it's not a charity thing. It's District 1 and other districts deserve to do those type of projects as well. And so it's all fine and good that those projects are being successful in the West Side, but at what point in time do we start to take those same tax incentives, the same tax incentives that the big developer has access to, why don't we make it accessible to the smaller developer so that way they can do incremental development and we can fill in some of those gaps, not just with the star bonds out West, but some of the star bonds that we can create and will create in the East Side to make it all balanced. Because I'm really tired of having a conversation about East and West and who benefits and who doesn't benefit. The reality of it is that we all benefit from it. So we have to figure out how to duplicate what we have done in the West so it's not an imbalance of that. So I challenge everyone to start to think differently about how we can empower the people that are in our community who are special, who are developers, who do possess the skill sets and the gifts to create the same, and if not, better projects, a better experience than what we've already done, because we want to see bigger and better. We want to exceed what we've done out West, right? And so we welcomed in the chiefs, not even knowing what part of the county that they could possibly take over. So I would focus first on empowering those that do have it to do. And to Todd, I appreciate you for sending that to me, because right after that, what I did was I printed it off and I gave it to every small developer that I could give it to. That's where we started, by empowering the people in our community to do the work that, well, you know, Todd, and I'll digress. When the big developers come in, they have somebody to represent them that speaks that language. When the small developer come in, it's just the small developer who's been so busy working, building the business, that they don't necessarily have the means, if you will, to pay for the consultant to come in and learn all of the stuff that you sent me. So it really is that simple. It's not as hard as people make it. It's some have the means and some don't. And it's speed. If you have it, you get it. If you don't, you don't. It is really that simple. So what I'd say to my community is the presentation that you've seen tonight, it is the blueprint on how you develop star bond projects. And to Midtown, if you're listening, there's your cheat sheet. Thank you, madam.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Davis.
Very quickly, I would say, and to Commissioner Howard's point, maybe at some point, I just keep bringing up ideas for your committee, I'm sorry, but maybe at some point, it could be next year, there could be a how-to. Because I think what we've shown was kind of the success, but we're talking, what, 2.5, almost 3 decades to get there. That wasn't overnight. I do think having these conversations of what's the minimum private, right, financial threshold to be considered. The other thing is, while I want our community to be successful, I would love to get to a point where we don't need incentives anywhere, right? And people could come in, they want to build, they build, and quite frankly, it is just purely a planning process, and then they go on their way. We're not there. I do think we should aim to get there, but I do think in the meantime, having a kind of how-to step by step, because a lot of these incentives are governed by state law. And I think sometimes when we have to be the local government to say, hey, your project isn't ready yet, or you don't have enough private equity, it's like, well, you're being kind of the mean elected official that's saying, you don't want my project to flourish. It's like, no, I'm trying to walk you through what is state statute. And I don't want you to waste your time on expensive lawyers or consultants or all those things before you really understand what the full process is. And so I think what Commissioner Howard is saying is amazing. And maybe we could take that even a step further and really educate our community on, if you're wanting to access these incentives, here's how you do it.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Davis and I have had a number of meetings with a smaller, medium developer trying to pursue exactly that in the Midtown area. So that's appreciated. Other comments, questions? If not, what I want to do is, we haven't let the public weigh in. So I would ask the clerk if there were any written comments on the item.
There were no comments received.
Are there any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised online.
Thank you. Is there anyone here in the audience that would like to speak to the item? Please come forward. Name and city of residence for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, Kelly White, Kansas City, Kansas. And Shelley, as everyone has said tonight, thank you so much. I asked for this at least 3 years ago because there was a particular project in my old neighborhood that I was very strongly against, and I couldn't get any information like this. I was mostly against it because the incentives, so this is wonderful. Commissioner Pacheco and I think maybe Commissioner Davis or Commissioner Howard, thanks for mentioning all the comments that you get from your constituents. And this is why we ask these questions, is because we don't have this information. This should be a town hall meeting. And the presentation should be out there for us to see in advance, to ask logical questions when we get to the town hall, because this is our money and it is easy to see our taxes go up. And then you hear how a multifamily house, which is one of the IRBs, a multifamily housing, that they really don't need incentives. I'll still argue that, but I would like to know where, I have mostly questions rather than comments, is where are the loss and gains reported? I know you've presented this tonight, but are there, is it the annual report? Is it in the budget? Where can we find this information? Where can we get a list of the projects? I think you said there are 47. It would be great if we could see those projects. Let's see.
Dr. White, can you speak a little closer
yeah,
and
sorry.
start with the first one again so that we can take these down and try to get
Yeah,
these?
where are the loss and the gains reported?
Okay.
I don't know if it's if there's an annual report, is it
Uh-huh.
in the budget? Where can the public see this information?
Sure.
Who is monitoring? I know you said that you're going to be monitoring the projects like when they come to expire, but I think that all of these projects are subject to a policy from 2010, because I read it once, but it's been a few years, that there's a criteria they have to meet to get any sort of tax abatement. So I want to know who's monitoring the compliance of that, if that's being done. The slides that you gave tonight that show the revenue, is this net of any infrastructure costs that the city or the county has had to put in with regard to, say, what BPU would be charging to put in sewers, water lines, roads? Because it is great information to see this, but I'm just wondering if it's showing the cost of what we've had to put into it. Maybe if this information was on the economic website, that might be good on the economic development section. And finally, because you guys have mentioned this several times, thankfully you have, I'm wondering what the criteria is for when people come in with a project and the commissioners vote on it. How, because I've been to several standing committees where the Polsinelli Law Firm is reading from a script, I think, for every different project. And so how do we come up with, who's determining whether it really is a good project? Is there an economist that's consulted? Who's determining this to even advise the commissioners when they vote on it? And I'm asking this based on what I saw. It felt like.
Your time has expired.
Please finish your statement.
It felt like it was just kind of random. We were taking the word of the people that's getting paid a lot of money to speak on behalf of the developer. So I'm wondering, it sounds like maybe things are getting better and that is very good for us, but how do we determine whether it's a good project?
And I'm going to try to not rephrase that, but maybe say that a little bit different way, because I hear where you're coming from on the taxpayer side of watching lots of projects. And I know you've been engaged and participated in at least observing a lot of projects come around. A lot of times we'll have a developer say, I want to bring an apartment complex to some particular neighborhood. Some of that's going to be done maybe even prior to our involvement, right? Because if there's a parcel of property for sale, they can buy it. That's a private activity. And then if that parcel is zoned appropriately, and they don't need to come to our city planning commission, for example, then they don't need us. They can pull permits and start building their whatever apartments. If they want something, that's when they have to approach us. And that's when we start negotiating with them. Maybe they do need a change of zone. Maybe they need a change of zone and they are asking for an incentive. And that certainly, if they are doing that, they probably have an attorney. And we have attorneys and economic development staff. I'm not trying to simplify it. I'm just trying to say it back to you the way I experience it. That's when we start working with that applicant on, are you meeting the thresholds, the requirements, the criteria that we have to ask you about with these various incentives that we can offer? And that's when the negotiating starts happening. And if that negotiation goes well and the boxes are checked, then between us, we draft a development agreement that has all the details in it, hopefully, and that comes forward to this committee. And then if we're satisfied with it, it's going to move forward to the full commission. And if that's not what you're asking, then I think it's a legitimate question for part of what Commissioner Davis, suggests as a how-to type of training or seminar. Todd, or even Greg, if you have something specific you want to say to that, please do. I
To
don't.
clarify, I was meaning specifically with regard to incentives. How are we determining if it meets the criteria? And if there is a criteria,
Right, so
what is?
there are always criteria, and that applicant works with our staff primarily. Now, they may ask to meet with a commissioner here and there to say, I want to show you my project. They're going to meet with Greg Kendall at Wyandotte Economic Development Council. He's under contract, his organization is under contract with the unified government to vet the front part of whatever the process is. And he may have to say to them, you don't meet the criteria. And then they may say, well, what do I need to do to meet the criteria, So it's not a fast process, but we definitely have a number of steps in place and criteria to meet. Even star bonds, for example. If on my 10 acres, I wanted to build a palace for children, it's not going to meet the criteria for star bonds. They are set out in state statute. It has to be a minimum of X number of $100 million value. It has to have projections that X number of hundreds of thousands of people are going to come visit it, and the state will determine that eligibility, for example. So each type of incentive has its own set of criteria required that they show us that they can meet. And please, gentlemen, you all work with this every day.
Oh, yeah, you did that very well, Commissioner. And maybe Greg Kendall would like to weigh in on that. The other piece of information that I just heard asked for, and it's a really good question. There is a lot of data available now about public incentive projects. The law changed last year and required each municipality that is doing economic development and providing incentives, we are now required to report that to the Department of Commerce, who collects it, publishes it on a data or on a website. And so when you go search the Kansas Department of Commerce website, you can find a list of every Wyandotte County project, searchable by category, where that project is, how much was granted in incentives. There is a lot of detail available by virtue of the law that was passed either I guess it was 2 sessions ago, that each municipality in the state of Kansas is now complying with, and it provides the public with a lot of data about each project that gets done. So,
Mr. Kendall, please.
Thank you, Commissioner. Greg Kendall with the Wyandotte Economic Development Council. You covered a lot of it. The one thing I would say is that there are a lot of processes that are very defined. So you all have an industrial revenue bond policy. If we're just talking about that particular program that we do have to follow, and we follow that every day. Somebody calls, I would say every day. We probably open or close a project every day in this community. There is a significant amount of project throughput in this county, which we're incredibly blessed to have that opportunity. But that also means that we say no a lot. Probably maybe 10% at best of the projects that ever reach out to us ever make it through the vetting process because they don't meet that criteria, or it's so completely out of context for the zoning that might be there or what's around that particular piece of land. I've got 2 projects that came in just today that I'm like, I don't know that these projects fit in this particular location. I'll have to call someone else at the UG to say, look, does this even make sense? Would this work under this zoning? There's some nuances to all of those things. But the other thing to kind of note is that when a project does make it through that initial gauntlet and they're about to enter into your realm, they all have to go through a cost benefit analysis. That's a third party that runs that analysis. I run numbers, sort of, our side of it. It's, proprietary that we put together. We share those with your team, with the county administrator, but we don't send those out broadly because, we haven't been authorized to give that information out. Number one, those are for you all as our client, if you will. And so we'll share that with the folks that you want us to share that with. But at the end of the day, what does become public is that third-party analysis, and that's always part of your packet. You all don't really highlight that as much as we probably should, because there is a cost to that. The client pays for that, but I would probably make a recommendation that those cost-benefit analysis work is probably highlighted a little bit higher because there are thresholds that are sort of industry norms that in order for this project to really make sense, it needs to generate, more than a 1. Typically, you're looking at 1 point whatever, or some of them get up as high as 2 and 3. And
And that's what we're looking for. We're looking for those projects that are really going to generate more cash. Now, I will make one, and this is an editorial comment and not the Economic Development Council, and that's to something that Todd just noted, because that transparency database that Kansas Commerce is required to have is not completely accurate, is probably the nicest thing I can say about that database, because it doesn't give you any clarity about what information has been put into there. It might say it's a $100 million incentive, but the reality is, or an IRB, but it may be a sales tax IRB and not an abatement at all. And we continue to suggest to the state that if you're going to have a database like that, which I think we should, then invest money into a database that's actually going to tell you what you're looking for, and that it's actually a really good database. At best, that's a pretty Excel with a filtering process. So I recommend to folks, don't go running out to that transparency database and thinking that it's the most accurate piece, because I would tell you professionally, it is not, but it is a place to start with some information.
Thank you. Any other comments, Greg, from you? Okay, thank you. Commissioner Howard.
Howard, District 1. Ms. White, could you come back to the mic for me, please? Can I get your email address from you?
It's kwjco@hotmail.com.
Okay, I'll get you some information that'll better help your questions, okay? All right.
Thank you. Any other comments from those present? Commissioner Davis.
I would just say, I think some of those questions, the answers were in the presentation. So I would give the presentation another look. It was pretty comprehensive, but it did have the list, the address, the incentive, and the amount of the incentives within the presentation. So just wanted to kind of circle back around. There were some answers that were already presented, but it was presented probably an hour ago, so that is fair to ask.
Thank you.
Commissioner Davis,
yes.
just add,
Yes.
on the website, on the finance department, there is a spot there for past economic incentive reports that have been done, and we'll be adding this to it. So it'll be on the website for people to look at if they'd like to.
Thank you. And to Commissioner Davis's point, inside the full packet of this meeting is way more documents and slides than we looked at here together in the room tonight.
That's right. There's a number of exhibits. So it's also already available on the website. If you look at the meeting agenda and then you click on the item and you look at the documents that's
Yes.
at each item.
Thank you, ma'am.
Kelly White, Kansas City, Kansas. Commissioner Davis, was it all 47 of the projects were in that presentation?
All 40, the IRBs, if you're saying the IRBs.
You know, I didn't want just the IRBs, it's all of them, but I think that they're.
I think they're there.
Yeah.
They're all in the
I would- yeah,
presentation?
I would
Okay.
Take a look and then follow up with us if there's.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else on the item or anything else we did tonight? It was an information only item. It was a great item, very important. That is it for this agenda tonight. If I could have a motion to adjourn.
Davis, so moved.
Howard, second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Davis and a second from Commissioner Howard to adjourn. Roll call, please.
Roll call, Howard,
Aye.
Burns, Chaco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Haley.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
The vote is 5-0. The motion carries.
Thank you, Senator Haley, as always. Thank you for your attendance on our committee tonight. I think you get to leave now. All right, thank you. We're adjourned.
Yeah, we are going to start at 7:41. 7:41. So that gives exactly 5 minutes. I know people have been patiently waiting. Now's the time to do the bathroom thing, all the bio breaks, and we'll get started at 7:41.
So it's 4 of us, I guess. Okay, I'll be back. I swear to God.
You know what I'm thinking. You know what I'm thinking. All right. No, they get. I get it.
Yeah. Citizen wanted to know if he could speak with me. I said he's not supposed to come up here.
Oh, yeah. Let me bring my iPad. Give me 1 second.
I'll be quick.
No, you're good. I'm sorry. I should have come. I should have come down.
Yeah. I'm going to get up and chat about parts and stuff. Careful.
Thanks, Todd. Thank you.
Oh, dude, I was like, I was kidding when I was maybe lawyer.
We're all on the same path, we're just different.
What is it? Now can. What it like say buckets. At some point, you know, but then now we can well, I'm saying. All right. Like I had.
is here. Okay. Before I call the meeting to order, I want to announce that some committee members, staff, and the public are attending remotely via Zoom as well as on site. All participants joining by phone should mute their phones when not speaking to avoid background noise. When speaking, please speak directly into a microphone to ensure everyone listening is able to hear your comments and to ensure a clear record is made. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time that you speak so the public that is observing knows who is speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and its current guidance by the Kansas Attorney General. The public may submit comments by email prior to noon on the day of the meeting, and those comments will be included in the record of this meeting. The public will have an opportunity to provide brief comments in person or virtually from the fifth floor conference room of the municipal office building during the meeting. When speaking, please state your name and city of residence for the record. Comments should be limited to the topic of that item. Disruptive comments and behavior are not permitted and may result in removal from the meeting. I will now call the meeting of the Neighborhood and Community Development Standing Committee for August 31st, 2026 to order. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Stites, we have an absence memo. Pacheco,
Here.
Howard,
Present.
Bynum,
Here.
Davis.
Here. Okay. Our first order of business is we have the approval of minutes. And just want to shout out to our clerk's office and us using technology to become more efficient because we now have more up-to-date meeting minutes and it's helpful for us and helpful for the public. So thank you all for your hard work. Committee, are there any comments or is there a motion?
Howard, so moved.
There's a second.
Echo second.
Okay. I was moved by Howard and seconded by Pacheco. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Pacheco,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 4-0. The motion carries.
Awesome. Okay, our first item is item 4.1, which are the land bank options without opposition. I'll hand it off to our staff.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. Michael Sutton, Land Bank Manager. We're going to start land bank options, no opposition. Item A1, 711 Ruby Drive. Item A2, 2811 Hiawatha Street. Item A3, 6236 Freeman Avenue. Item A4, 1854 South Early Street. Item A5, 3051 North 31st Street, 3047 North 31st Street, 3059 North 31st Street. 3063 North 31st Street, 3065 North 31st Street, and 3042 North 30th Street. Item A6, 1212 North 63rd Terrace. A7, 1852 South Early Street. A8, 1016 Grandview Boulevard, 1024 Grandview Boulevard, 1026 Grandview Boulevard, 1030 Grandview Boulevard, and 1221 Barnett Avenue. Item A9, 2712 North 5th, 2710 North 5th, 2714 North 5th, 2800 North 5th, 2801 North 5th, 2803 North 5th. Item A10, 2503 North Halleck Street, 2508 North Halleck Street, 2418 North Halleck Street, and 2508 North 5th Street. The one multifamily we have, item B1, 2831 Glen Rose Lane, 2825 Glen Rose Lane, 2819 Glen Rose Lane, 2813 Glen Rose Lane. And this concludes all of the new construction applications. I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll first do public comment. Clerk, do we receive any public comments for the items that were just presented?
There were no comments received.
Are there any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised online.
Okay. For the folks here, for the public in person, thank you for being patient. Would anybody like to speak to the addresses that? Awesome. Okay. State your name, city of residence. You'll have 3 minutes. And can you make it clear just what addresses or what application you're speaking to? That way we can follow it and make sure that that mic is green when you press it. Thank you so much.
Darnell Bush, KCK, Oak Grove Neighborhood Association President, and I'm speaking about the Strong Tower concepts, A9 and A10. Is that acceptable, or do I need to read all of them?
No, that's great. Yeah. Yeah. We know what you're talking about. Thank you.
Okay.
Proceed.
I don't even know if I'm out of turn, but we spoke with Tyler, the group, the neighborhood association, and Tyler agreed that he would follow the plan that the HOA, the Peregrine Falcon HOA, which was a 2-car garage and a basement. And he would also follow the environmental stipulations in the soil, and that he would mitigate, or he would have tested the soil also, because it's right across the street from Garland Park. And there's been some environmental issues. And Tyler said that he would mitigate that also. And that's why we gave our consent for him to develop in that area. And also the land bank committee, Michael Sutton reads our opposition every month or every time that there is a property that comes up for development, because we're concerned
minute
about the
remaining.
environment, and he reads that also. So we were given our consent for him to develop because he met our criteria. And if he didn't, then we would not. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bush. We appreciate your patience, and thank you for the background and the context for those 2 applications. For the other folks that are here in person, would anybody like to submit a public comment? Okay, let the record show no one has approached. I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion for this. And so, committee, are there any questions on these particular applications that we have? There are no questions. Okay. I do want to ask staff, so for the applications that we have here, there were no opposition. How are we doing on the Land Bank Advisory Board attendance? Are we still seeing that just engagement there?
Yes, Commissioner Michael Sutton, Land Bank Manager. Yes, we are seeing really good engagement, especially with the new MBR that was selected. They've been doing a wonderful job. This version that we're seeing right here already had certain applications pulled off or moved around due to that Land Bank Advisory Board meeting. So yes, Commissioner, they are engaged with us.
Okay, that's great to hear, and I'm glad, again, there's kind of a buffer there before it comes here, so that we can be as efficient as we can with our time. Okay, if there are no other, is there a question?
Sorry,
Yes, Commissioner Bynum.
I was going to tell you that Beverly Easterwood apparently is online, but she can't raise her hand. And I don't think you had gotten to that part yet.
No, we had asked if there were folks
Oh,
on.
you did? Okay. She said my computer went crazy and I can't raise my hand to speak.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize
You're fine.
we had done that part.
You're fine. You're fine.
I do see her online. Would you allow her to speak, Commissioner?
Yes. I'll open the public comment for Ms. Easterwood.
Okay. Beverly Easterwood, please unmute. You have 3 minutes. State your name and residency.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay. As Mr. Bush was saying that their approval for the applications in the Peregrine area were conditional upon the building standards being met. And I just wanted to know, what guarantees there are in order to make sure that those standards are met? Because there was a substantial investment made by existing homeowners and builders in that subdivision, and it would be unconscionable for the UG to allow someone to come in and construct something substandard simply because that it would meet that individual's bottom line. The larger issue that needs to be considered is a potential impact on the value of the existing homes in the neighborhood. If the covenants and restrictions establish certain building standards for the first plat, those standards presumably were intended, at least in part, to protect the character, quality, and long-term investment of the development. So allowing a subsequent builder to construct something substantially inferior simply because that lot falls outside the boundaries of the first plat, that could create an unintended disparity in the development standards within what is otherwise viewed as the same subdivision. From a real estate perspective, the concern is that the introduction of lower quality construction could have a negative impact on marketability and value of surrounding properties. Existing homeowners have made substantial investments based upon the expectation that the neighborhood will maintain a certain level of quality. If a significantly inferior structure is permitted right next door to those homes, prospective purchasers may perceive the neighborhood differently, which could affect buyer demand and ultimately the prices that buyers are willing to pay.
1 minute
There is
remaining.
also a public sector financial consideration. If lower building standards result in the construction of a home with the lower market value of the homes otherwise being constructed in the subdivision, the assessed value may be lower, and that would impact property tax revenue to the county. So to close, there's some more I have to say, but I'm gonna run out of time. Ultimately, I don't think the issue is simply whether or not a builder is permitted to build on the lot. The issue is what can be built, how the construction will affect the surrounding properties, the potential impact on the tax base, and what safeguards can be put into place to protect the substantial investment that existing homeowners already have made in that subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I will go ahead and close the online public comment. Thank you so much, Ms. Easterwood. I think we have ran into this multiple times, and so I want to make sure my understanding of this is clear. So council, please help me out here. The HOA for Peregrine Falcon, and not just for Peregrine Falcon, for any HOA operating in Wyandotte County, is not a unified government law, resolution, or anything that is the unified government's responsibility to enforce. Do I have that correct?
Wendy Green, Deputy Chief Counsel, that's correct. An HOA declaration is a private agreement between the HOA and anybody who chooses to live within the confines that that HOA represents.
So are there any tools that we would have available as public officials to enforce a private agreement among property owners?
The only tools we have is if a violation of an HOA declaration would also happen to be a violation of one of our ordinances, if it was a code violation. That would be it.
Gotcha. So I'm, because this has come up multiple times and I wish we could do more. I'm part of a HOA. We have our own issues, our own problems. Get approached by other HOAs throughout the community. But I think there's a little bit of tension of who gets to enforce it and who doesn't. And that's not a preference per se. That is just what the law says, unless I am, off here. So I guess my response in committee would love to hear, other folks chime in, is that it would be on the Peregrine Falcon HOA members to work to enforce what the HOA agreement says. That is what I am thinking would be the best piece of advice to them. But curious, yeah, Commissioner Bynum, if y'all have other thoughts.
I might be mistaken, but the parcels in question are not in the Peregrine HOA plat.
That is correct. All the parcels are laid just outside of the Peregrine Falcon RFP.
And so the question of, what conditions can be placed, I think that's another question for our staff and our legal. What unified government conditions can be placed on the purchaser of a land bank option adjacent to an HOA where she's right, substantial investment has been made. I'm not sure that those conditions can be placed by the unified government. But again, I won't speak for legal or staff.
Winter Green Deputy Chief Counsel, we cannot enforce HOA declarations and guidelines on the land bank lots adjacent to the Peregrine Falcon plat where the HOA has its properties. And the HOA is on the first plat for the Peregrine Falcon. And like Mr. Sutton said, these properties lie outside of that plat and lie outside of the HOA area.
And Mr. Bush indicated that they had a commitment from the builder, which I do appreciate. I just don't know that we have a mechanism to enforce it.
Other than our normal code ordinances and things that they would have to do in order to keep their building permits and get their building permits, we do not.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bynum. And again, this is not a Peregrine Falcon thing. Any HOA throughout Wyandotte County, it would be pretty unprecedented, quite frankly, for any municipality to enforce HOAs, just because there are things that you can do as private citizens of your balcony is over there or your garage is placed over here that just from the local government perspective is outside of our purview and is a responsibility of property owners. Quite frankly, I don't know if folks would even want a local government to enforce tenants of an HOA, right? Like that sword cuts both ways, right? Once you start getting government involved. And then, yes, thank you, Commissioner Biden, for bringing up the other fact, which is this is just outside of. And so I'm bringing all of this up, and I know there are other conversations on how do we, I think Ms. Easterwood brought up, how are we thoughtful of the potential impact this can have on the housing market? Again, we're not able to place certain property tax freezes or certain development standards outside of what our code already says, to say what you build needs to be X amount in appraised value or more, right? We're just not able to do that here. And so Again, just wanted to put all the cards on the table so folks can understand what our role is and what we are allowed to do by state statute and by our own code of ordinances. Okay, all of these items that were just read, items A1 through B1, are all one item that is actionable. So if there are no other comments, committee, is there a motion?
Pacheco, motion to approve.
Bynum, second.
Thank you. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Checo,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 4-0. The motion carries.
Okay, and takes us to 4.2.
Thank you, Chair. Michael Sutton, Land Bank Manager. This includes all of our property transfers. I'll go ahead and get started. Item PT1, garden at 3115 North 23rd. Item PT3, a garden at 2900 Brown Avenue. PT4, 5204 Miami Avenue. PT5, 1846 North 26th Street. PT6, 332 North 34th Street. PT7, this is a commercial yard extension at 2115 North 13th. PT8, 2003 South 98th Street. PT9, 244 Santa Fe Road. I believe this is in Bonner Springs. PT12, 1926 North 25th Street. PT13, 3551 Freeman Avenue. And PT14 is a donation that will come into the land bank. It is located at 6140 Freeman Ave, and this concludes all of the property transfers. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we do public comment, can we get some context on the PT14, the 6140 Freeman, why the donation?
I believe that he is selling it because it's unbuildable. They did not indicate specifically on the application why, though.
Gotcha. Okay. Yes, Commissioner.
Our District 1, follow up with that. Is he selling it or donating it?
He's donating. Okay, sorry.
Back.
Sorry.
We ain't paying nothing for
That's
this.
what I heard.
Lots being donated in. My apologies.
Okay, all right.
Not. Okay. All right. Clerk, were there any public comments for this item?
There were no comments received.
Are there any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised online.
For the patient folks that are waiting in the gallery, would anybody like to speak to the
Commissioner
item?
Davis, I apologize. There is now a hand raised online.
Oh, yes, please. We'll go back to online.
Eva Garcia Mesa. Unmute. You have 3 minutes. State your name and residency.
Hi, just like you guys, I'm a little curious on that donation. When it becomes a property that someone is simply donating to the UG, does that then mean if the UG accepts it, all of the maintenance and whatever may come with that property becomes the UG's responsibility? That's really my only question. Thank you.
Thank you. We will get that answered. I want to make sure we complete public comment, but thank you. We will definitely get that answered. Are there any other hands raised online?
There are no other hands raised online. Thank you.
Okay, I will close that portion. For the folks here in person, would anybody like to speak to the items presented? All right, I see a lot of people shaking their head no. All right, I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion. Okay, so there's a question of what happens to land that is donated to the UG and who takes care of that particular property. It's my understanding it would be our property to take care of. Is that
Yes, Commissioner, that is correct. Once it comes into our inventory, it would get treated like every other lot and get added to our mowing schedule and everything that comes with it being within our inventory.
Yeah, and I mean, the hope is we take it, somebody else, right, would go ahead and take this and it would be their responsibility. We don't have to take it. We can leave it and, you know, it's our prerogative and what we want to do. But we have taken, donated land, put in the inventory, and then somebody else is taking it and developed it and it's become a home or highest or best use. So that kind of answers that question. So committee, any questions? Yes, Commissioner Pacheco.
Thank you, Chair. Pacheco, District 5. So that was actually my question is like, if we take it, does that mean we got to take care of it? And I think you said in your comments, we didn't know for sure why the person wanted to donate it, but you did say unbuildable at one point. So I just, if it's something that maybe is not that easy to build on, then I don't know if we want to take it and start mowing it for somebody else.
The applicant did not indicate on their application either way on why they were donating it. It would be in my professional recommendation or assumption on this that that's why they're turning it over is because they found the lot unbuildable.
Okay.
I can definitely go and verify after this though.
Yeah. No, what when Ms. Garcia Meza submitted, that was my exact question. She stole the words right out of my mouth. So I'm not necessarily in favor of taking over a piece of land that may not be something that other people are going to be too interested in. If it's not something that's buildable, I don't know if we need to try to gather that information first. If it is something that can be built on, then fine, you know, then that's fine. But that's kind of my only concern, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any other comments? So here's what I would recommend, committee. I would recommend that we would approve PT1 through PT13, and then we can leave PT14 for a separate action because that is the donation. And so that's the motion that I'll make. The motion would be to approve the applications for PT1 through PT13.
Bynum, second.
Thank you. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Checo,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 4-0. The motion carries.
Okay. For this item, we can straight up deny or we can hold it over, have staff talk with the applicant, see if we can find some more information. Is this indeed not buildable? And go from there. I would also be curious to see if this is in a tax sale at all, or if there's any tax sale history with this property. Because I agree, I don't want to take care of something that isn't. We have too much
Have enough.
inventory already. Yes, Mr. Knapp.
Yes, so looking at this lot, it is heavily wooded, so we probably wouldn't even mow it. It is next to a vacant lot. We could
Here it is.
possibly join those two together so they can build a house on it. There is a land bank lot on the 61st Street, the 1608 sitting there. That would be a weird parcel to join together, but we wouldn't mow it because it's heavily treed.
Okay.
And they are current on their taxes, and the taxes on this lot are only like $26 per year.
Okay. That changes some things.
I don't know if that helps your decision or not.
So it kind of, yeah, Commissioner Bynum.
Was it obtained through the land bank? And if so, was it obtained by the adjacent landowner or someone who was trying to secure it to build on? I'm a little confused, or do we know?
I don't have an answer for that one.
Wendy Green, Deputy Chief Counsel. If this is deferred, I would be able to look at the notes and be able to find that information out for the next meeting for you.
That'd be great, just so we have some context. Hey, $26 is better than nothing. So I don't want people thinking we don't want the $26. But we don't want to take something that is, isn't really going to be fruitful for our community. So I'll make a motion to table this to our next meeting for NCD.
Howard's, or I was looking at, I'm Commissioner Howard now. Pacheco second.
Or can we get the roll?
Roll call. Pacheco,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 4-0. The motion carries.
Okay, we are on to our next item, which are land bank property transfers with opposition.
Thank you, Commissioner. Michael Sutton, Land Bank Manager. We have one item for this WOPT2 a garden located at 23 South 18th Street. The comments we received from a neighborhood group stating they need more information from the applicant. Where does the applicant live? Does not appear that they live next door. And I also want to make clear that on the garden applications, we do not have a next door residency requirement with that. Garden applications can be placed anywhere and you can live anywhere in the county or even outside the county theoretically. Thank you.
Okay. It does look like we have the applicant. I'm assuming you are the applicant. And so yes, if you just want to state kind of your name and then please talk about your application.
Hi, yes, Melissa Jimenez Mejia, KCK, Wyandotte resident.
Oh, I'm sorry. You can bring that microphone down. Just that way we can hear you better.
There you go. Melissa Jimenez, KCK, Wyandotte resident. Yeah, I tried to reaching out to the email to Prescott neighborhood group. I didn't get a reply, but it looks like it's just where I live. So it's, I don't know if this is recorded, but it's on Ann Avenue. But yeah, like 5 minutes, 10 minutes away.
Okay. Well, stay close by just in case there are other questions, but we do appreciate you being here and sticking it out with us tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Okay, clerk, did we receive any public comments for this item?
There were no written comments received.
Are there any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, for the folks here in the gallery, outside of the applicant being here, would anybody else like to speak to this item? Okay, I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion. Committee, are there any questions about this particular application? Yes, Commissioner Pacheco.
Thank you, Chair. Pacheco, District 5. Michael, were there any other concerns other than where does the applicant live? Anything else that they presented?
That was the only comment I received for that one, Commissioner Pacheco.
Okay, Ms. Jimenez, can I call you up, please? What are your intended plans with the parcel?
Yeah, this is going to be for a garden for tomatoes.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Okay. Awesome. And this is pretty, yeah, it's pretty, but 0.15 acres, so it's decent size. Are there any other questions, committee? Or is there a motion?
Bynum.
Motion to approve. Howard, motion to approve.
Bynum second.
All right. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Pacheco,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 4-0. The motion carries.
Okay. The last two items that we have committees a little bit different than beforehand. So, well, I guess it kind of makes no difference because we have two new commissioners here, but for Commissioner Bynum and I, it's a little bit different. So per our land bank policy, we do allow staff to have the discretion to up to 2 years to give extensions to applicants. And then during the annual review, they tell us and the public, here's how many extensions, and then here's kind of the reason why, right? Or give some sort of synopsis. It is my understanding, staff, that these two applications are outside of the discretion that the policy gives you, and that's why they are back before us for consideration. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner, that is correct.
Okay, so just wanted to give, because people could see that X and they're like, what does that X mean? That X means extension, meaning the applicant has received some sort of an option from us, and they have not completed their option as of yet. And so there's a question of what does the committee do, because staff is already, they're kind of past their threshold of what they can give for an extension. So I'll hand it off to staff to present the two, and then I believe some of the applicants might be here after that. We'll give you all a chance to speak as well, and then we'll go from there. Mr. Sutton.
Thank you, Commissioner. Michael Sutton, Land Bank Manager. So, and I want to start this by saying we'll do a better job of providing you all with some additional information besides just having the applicants come up and speak. But for item X1, this is 1830 South 10th Street. And I believe this applicant is, I'm sorry, let me finish the rest of them. Then item X2 is 925 Ann Avenue. I believe that the applicant from X1 has joined us online and is ready to speak on this.
Okay. We'll start with X1, which is 1830 South 10th Street, and then we'll move on to X2. Joshua Waits is the name, but I don't know if that is going to be the person online. But is there a representative for X1?
I have a Josh W. He raised his hand. I'm gonna allow him to speak.
Please.
Josh, you can unmute.
Is everyone able to hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you for your time. I know it's been a long evening. But yes, I have had some extenuating circumstances on this lot. That's put me into the position that I'm currently in. My general contractor is also my dad, and he's had some extenuating health problems that have led to him having a stroke. And there was a period of time where I did not know if I was going to build on this parcel. He has made a full recovery, and about March of this year, we approached Todd Yurgovich to submit the building permit. We've proceeded forward on that. I have also had an open dialogue with Michael Sutton and Judd Knapp. They've been very supportive and communicated plenty of tools and resources to help me through this. We had an issue also with the sewer and septic that's taken some time between the Atlas Land Surveying, the septic company, and Amanda Harrop through the health department. It took a lot of, I guess, pieces to put that puzzle together. We just got that resolved on Tuesday and got that permit sent to Todd Yurgovich. I spoke with him personally on Thursday about trying to put this together as concisely as possible, hopefully prior to this evening. That wasn't able to take place. He's out of the office until Wednesday. I do think with a short-term extension, we're close to finalizing this and putting it together.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Mr. Waits. If you can just hold on in case there are other questions from the committee, that would be greatly appreciated. But we appreciate you for the context and for wanting to build in our community. Let's do public comment. Clerk, are there any public comments submitted for this item?
There are no written comments submitted.
Are there any hands raised online?
There are no hands online.
Okay, for the folks here in person, would like to speak to this item? Okay, I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion. Committee, any questions for Mr. Waits? Yes, Commissioner Bynum.
Just a question about, do we have a typical amount of time that we give the extension for, or how long does the gentleman think he needs for an extension? I mean, I would be willing to go for a year. Sir, would a year suffice if we gave a year extension?
I think, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I think a year would be more than enough time. From my communication with Todd Yurgovich, this is something, I mean, realistically, I would hope would be kind of finalized within the next month, barring any kind of extenuating circumstance. I would actually think like a month would suffice. But a year would be more than appreciated.
I mean, I guess what I'm thinking is we don't want to give you 30 days and you need 45. I'd rather give you more time than you need.
Absolutely. No, that makes sense.
Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Howard, do you have something? Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I do agree with Commissioner Biden. We don't want you. So how about this? We're saying a year, you're saying you only need a month, so let's kind of split it. Let's do it till January. It gives you till the end of the year. Again, this is to make sure that financing is in order and then a building permit is going to get pulled. Not that the home is completed, but that we have enough information to be confident. So my motion will be for a option extension for 6 months for the applicant. That would be my motion. Is there a second?
Howard second.
Okay. Thank you all so much. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Pacheco?
Aye.
Howard?
Aye.
Bynum?
Aye.
Davis?
Aye.
The vote is 4-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. Okay. Last extension.
Yes, and thank you, Commissioner Michael Sutton, Land Bank Manager. Final item, X2, single-family home at 925 and Avenue. Sorry, my computer's taking a while to, there we go. So I don't have a ton of information from this applicant either, but same situation. Same situation as before where they were approved. We've already given them one administrative extension and they've exhausted that. And so now they're here to ask you all for an additional extension. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Do we have the applicant here either online or in person?
I do see the applicant online.
Okay.
Norlito Castillo, you can unmute.
Can you hear us? Norlito? Clerk, do we see their hands raised or microphone?
Hand's not raised, but I've unmuted him and I've asked him to unmute. Norlito, can you hear us?
Okay. We will come back and see if the applicant is there. In the meantime, let's do public comment. So did we receive any public comments for this application?
No comments received.
Are there any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, it does look like we do have a public comment ready to go. So yes, please.
Hi, my name is Oscar Rodriguez. I'm here with my wife to talk about 929 Ann Avenue. We have been trying our best to get this land since 2019. Michael and the land bank staff have been really helpful with us. Unfortunately, the laws keep changing. Right now, this year, they changed to we're allowed to have a yard extension. With that being said, that land had a tree that we offered to pay ourselves to knock that tree down. In order to get the land, we were declined. The city had to pay for that. It been years now since nobody have done anything with the land. And we're here to ask for a fair chance for our yard extension to get move forward. I have a folder of pictures and records of us trying our best to get that land since 2019. In the pictures, you can see how the land used to look when we were taking care of it and compared to how it looks now. The developer that had the application to build a house there expired in May 28th of this year. And since then, he haven't done anything with the land since last year. We were taking care of it, even though we knew there was a possibility that a house was gonna get built on that land. But we kept taking care of it until last year's when I stopped taking care of it, and nobody have done anything with it. And the only thing that we want is a fair chance for our yard application to move forward. It's a little emotional because we've been trying. We've been trying for years. I don't know if you guys want to take a look at the pictures or.
Yeah, you can leave that with our staff there, and we can definitely take a look. Yeah. Thank you all for your patience and for the context. And so stay nearby in case there are questions. Do we have anybody else in the gallery that would like to speak to this item? Okay, I will go ahead and close the public comment portion for now, but sir, if there are some other questions, there may be some for you, so just don't leave yet. Okay, interesting situation here. I do want to make sure that we have, well, before we proceed, any update on Norlito and whether or not we have access to the applicant?
He is still online, Commissioner, but there is no communication. I've asked him to mute several times. Norlito Castillo, if you can hear us, you can speak, unmute, and you can speak.
Okay. Thank you so much, Clerk. So here's the current understanding that I'm sure committee, there are a lot of questions here. Right now, this particular application, just so we all have our bearings, is for Norlito Castillo. There's not another application that we are considering tonight regarding this address, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so in the event that we wanted to entertain another applicant, we would have to say no to this extension, and then another party would have to apply for us to consider it. Is that also correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay, I just wanted folks to, I know we have some folks that are interested, but that's the current route, right? If we were to take that route, that is the pathway for us to get there. Okay, I know there are questions, Commissioner Bynum, then Commissioner Howard.
Thank you. Is there any way we could pull this up on a Google map or something? Because when I look at it, it looks fenced. And I have a question for the desired applicant. And that is, do you live on, would this be a,
Right next to our house.
thank you.
So there was a fence, but the city knocked it down when they went and take the tree down.
I see. Okay, I see. So my Google view, I guess, maybe I'm looking at, does show a big tree.
The
And
tree's
it
gone.
does show a fence that says private property on a sign on the fence, but none of that's there now?
No.
Okay, so truly this is just a vacant lot?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Howard, Commissioner Howard.
This is a question for staff. What can you give the history and context on this developer?
Yeah, from looking at the original application that was sent in, it looks like this initially came in 2022. And hold on one second.
Yeah, so we had a meeting and this got approved by commission in 2022, and then the option agreement didn't get signed until 2025. And that was during that time before our policy changed where they had 45 days to sign. And then I was checking my emails and I haven't had any emails from this individual since 2022. But
Yeah, and the emails that I had from them were just here within like the last 3 or 4 months, essentially saying, hey, your options expired. If you want to keep building, what's your progress? You'll need to come back before commissioners if you want an extension on it. That's been the gist of the conversations with them.
So no, no true engagement on developing on the property or even any activity whatsoever on the property.
Not to my knowledge. I can go back and check my emails real quick just to see what he said his specific progress was. If you just give me 10 seconds to look it up.
Thank you.
And while we're looking, the policy council or Mr. Knapp, you said it's now 30 days or 45 days?
They have 45 days to sign after the full commission meeting.
Gotcha. Okay.
Three years.
So it looks like he has, or this applicant has made some progress. They've gotten some drawings done and they've started talking to a lender, excuse me, but no indication that they've started working with like our building inspections team as far as actually pulling permits. But they did send me a pre-approved loan document. They did send me some architectural drawings that they're working with. But with that said, again, no confirmation at all with our building inspections team.
Thank you. I have one more follow-up question for the desired applicant. What do you plan on doing with the yard extension?
We want to, we want it to be part of the house so our kids can have room to play around. And later in the future, 5 to 8 years, we're planning on building a garage right next to it.
Is this lot, thank you, staff, is this lot a buildable lot?
I would consider yes, without going and doing a full on-site visit, at least from the map pictures. It would be wide enough, deep enough so they could hit setbacks. And it doesn't appear that there's a, ridiculous slope that would make it, next to unbuildable either. Possibly, obviously, some tree clearing would need to happen to a small extent, but by building standards, I would definitely consider this one buildable. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Committee, are there other questions? Yeah, Commissioner Pacheco.
Thank you, Chair. Pacheco, District 5. Is this something that we're able to give this person who, the original applicant, who sounds like they haven't had much contact with us, are we able to kind of give a short leash for like a month? Like we don't get any other traction on this, then, I mean, I think we've got, somebody who has some major interest in actually doing something productive on the land. I wouldn't want to force this person to have to wait too much longer. I don't know. It sounds like we've gotten some communication, some plans, but it's like, hey, we kind of need to know pretty quickly, are you actually going to do something with these drawings or anything like that? And if we don't have any sort of work, with our internal teams whatsoever to actually get started on something being built, then, I think it behooves us to give it to somebody, or at least allow somebody to apply for the opportunity to have it, who might be able to do something a little bit more productive with it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, Commissioner Pacheco, Howard.
Howard, District 1. I'll remind my colleagues and staff that at one point I was an intern to Judd Knapp. And I've seen a many of options where people plan to do things and they don't do them. Now, I'm not saying that's for this applicant, but what I heard was that he hadn't even signed the agreement for 3 years, signed the agreement. So as we have a desired applicant who would love to develop on that property at some point in time, and as I'm looking at these pictures, it looks like they've been keeping up the maintenance on it. And after they stop keeping the maintenance up on it, then that's when the developer that had not signed the agreement had not done anything to it. I don't want to prolong this. What I would do is make a motion to table this until we have some more context and really what the developer is doing. Because if they haven't signed the option in 3 years, then it's not an option. If they hadn't signed for it, then it wasn't a legit option.
They did sign for it in 2025.
Eventually,
Eventually, yes.
3 years later, right? When is the option supposed to be signed?
During that current policy, there wasn't a deadline.
Yeah.
Why we have the new policy has 45 days to sign because of that problem.
But at some point, 3 years, no signature. And then I hear that a desired applicant had been wanting to apply for it for a long time. And there was no discussions with the desired applicant at all about that. He said there was no communication.
Don't remember talking to him, but I talked to a lot of people during that time. But
Sure.
during that time, our policy was no yard extensions for buildable lots. So that conversation probably went, are you planning to build on it? And they said no. And then I'm like, it's not available. You have to build a house on it to get it.
So if the desired applicant was not yet ready to build a home on it because it was a buildable lot.
Yes, that matched our policy at that time.
Right. Okay. Then
Yes, please.
So we submitted a yard extension application back in 2019. But at the time that we submitted the law changed, so something need to be built. And then we submitted another application back in 2022 or 2025? 2025, and then we submitted another application this year.
no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So there are a couple of options, just to kind of lay it out here. We could, I think Commissioner Pacheco was saying, give another month, see what happens, right? If this person is serious and they've been doing it, then you have a month, 30 days. If not, you lose your option. Commissioner Howard, you're saying table it, find out kind of more information, get more context. And I don't mean to put words in both of y'all's mouths, just trying to summarize here. And then we would just consider this again, and then hopefully the applicant would be available. I think that's the other thing, is we're just missing that applicant's voice. I am, for me, just speaking personally, I'm intrigued to see what we can do before making a final decision. Just because we know that there's been some movement on drawings and bank documents. If that wasn't there, I would not feel this way. So those are our options. For the sake of not or wanting to be somewhat decisive, would probably be more in favor of giving one more month. And then if the next time we meet, there's been no, the building permit would have to be pulled. Like if we're saying the option is satisfied, it's a high bar. If not, then we would just move on. But again, I don't even know if that's I don't want to say fair. I don't even know if that's realistic, because if they haven't started, then they probably won't get the building permit pulled or their financing by September 28th or September 30th. Other thoughts, committee? Yeah, Commissioner Bynum.
Just curious with staff. Before the next neighborhood and community development standing committee, is it feasible that a permit could be pulled?
Yes, Commissioner, if they're within the process of getting a permit pulled, Yes. Now, if they are just starting from scratch and just submitting their plot plan and their development plan, that may be 30 days or the next, I think it's September 29th or 28th is our next NCD.
Right.
So that may be a heck of a turnaround for them.
But
Not impossible, but some of that.
they could be in our process. They could be queued up, which would be more than has happened now. I'm trying to decide if 30 days is realistic for what they need to do to satisfy the option.
If I may, I'm not stuck at 30 days. I was just trying to come up with basically some timeline that's not too long. That's like, hey, if we're going to move on this, let's show some real action that you
Right.
are going to. And if not, then,
I
we have an interested applicant. So it doesn't have to be 30 days if it's,
do.
you
I
think
completely
45 or
agree.
60 or whatever, but
My issue is I don't want to wait too long
yeah.
because I'm inclined to deny, but I'm hearing willingness to keep trying to work with. So I don't want like 90 days. You know what I mean?
I agree. I'm inclined
Go
to
ahead.
deny as well. And I mean, the one thing that, the one proof that we have tonight is that the original applicant, we couldn't hear. I don't know if it was a technical difficulty, but the person who's trying to do something, who says that they've been wanting to do something since 2019 is here. We did hear from
I
them.
know.
It does look like we do have upkeep from that person. So I would be inclined to deny as well, but I think in the absolute effort of some fairness to somebody who already got this parcel before, they were able to show us something, then fine. It's theirs currently, but yeah, whatever compromise we all decided between the four of us, I think we're all kind of speaking the same language.
Yeah. Let me ask this. This would be a pretty deciding factor for me. When is there any dated communication on the loan or on the architectural drawings? Like, how recent is that?
Yeah, my computer 1 second here. So this is a closing cost worksheet that they provided us, and the date prepared was July 8th, 2026, July 8th of this year.
Okay, so last month we got that information about six weeks ago. Yeah, I'm inclined to deny this just because there's been so much time. If you would have told me like beginning of the year and they're still working, but if they just started that, they're not going to have a building permit pulled in 30 or even 60 days. It's not going to happen. Commissioner Howard.
Howard District 1. I'll say it again to my colleagues. You will remember I was an intern in the Planning and Zoning Department. And I didn't see much move that quick, considering. So I'm with you all. We're saying the same thing. I don't want to just say no, right? Just to kind of see, but that's kind of hard to ignore. So
Okay, I think we're all in alignment here that maybe we just need to move forward from this applicant, and for the folks that are here, you all would have to apply once this is available. Are there any other questions?
Yes, but maybe he had his hand. Just a quick question. You said that this person had already been granted one administrative extension previously, correct? What was the nature of the administrative extension? Maybe I miss it.
So generally, if they hit their expiration date on their option agreement, we reach out to them and say, hey, have you made any type of progress towards it? And they will respond back saying, yes, we've done X, Y, and Z. That's really, right now, that's really all we request for. We don't make them provide us with any documents. It's literally us sending them an email saying, hey, what progress have you made? if you've made some type of progress, we'll push it out 1 year from that date. This one just looks extraordinarily weird because they didn't come in and sign it for 2 or 3 years after they were approved, so.
Okay, and so when that administrative extension was first granted, about how long had they already been in possession of the parcel?
There's some other stuff going on here. So I believe this was Michael's first, that's your like start date, was around May. I believe Michael's first task was to go back through all the expired, no, it's not Michael's fault. Go back through all the expired options and get them renewed. So I probably set a filter on that based on the full commission date of 7/28/22. So then the person came in and like signed their option agreement. And then when we did the land bank update, we did a cancel of all the expired options. And I probably ran that filter off that full commission date of 2022 and basically told everybody that was on that list to, you have to provide me with an update or we're canceling your option, because their option is technically only a year old. So we could have administratively done this to add some more trouble to this problem. But I think Mike and I can go through and really work with this applicant to see where they are, because I seen Michael pull up plans of what the house would look like. So that means they paid an architect. I mean, if we just had it a month, we could figure that out for the next standing committee meeting and come back and give you an update of like how much money they've spent, what their new anticipated timeline would be.
Okay, please, Commissioner Howard.
Howard, District 1. Was there opposition to this?
No, I don't
There's
even
no-
know if this was land bank.
No, unless there would have been opposition from the original when it got approved. It's just under this X format, because it specifically needs to come to you all. So we set them aside from the rest of the non-consent ones. But no, as of this current round, like taking it to the Land Bank Advisory Board and all that stuff, it has not received any opposition.
Okay, thank you. That was the only question I had.
Are there any other questions? Okay, Commissioner Bynum.
A motion to hold for the next neighborhood and community development meeting for this investigative work on the part of staff to uncover what exactly has gone on.
Howard, second.
Just glad we found a compromise. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call, Pacheco,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 4-0. The motion carries.
Okay, we will hear this item again in our meeting in September and have more information and context, and hopefully, in fairness to the applicant, they are available. And so I know for the folks that were wanting this property, hold tight, we're still doing some investigative work. We want to be fair to everybody in the process, but we really do appreciate you all being patient, being here in person, and letting us know what's going on. That is deeply, deeply appreciated. With that, that is the end of our agenda. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Item so move.
Howard, second.
Okay, clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call, Pacheco,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 4-0. The motion carries.
Thanks, everybody. Have a good night.